Good morning. I am Jen Ramos, Chair of the Washington State University Board of Regents. This meeting will now come to order, and the Regents will proceed with the scheduled meetings. We're conducting all of our committee meetings this morning and the full board meeting in one day today. We start today by acknowledging the original stewards of the lands on which Washington State University stands, and we respectfully acknowledge that Washington State University locations statewide are on the homelands of Native peoples who have lived in this region from time immemorial. The university expresses its deepest respect for and gratitude toward these original and current caretakers of the region. I also want to express our deep sadness, for we have an unfilled seat at our virtual table today. Fellow Regent Sam Hunt passed away on April 25th. We extend our sincere condolences to Sam's family, and during our board meeting later today, the Regents will take time to honor his legacy. This meeting is open to the public and is also being live streamed on YouTube. The live stream link, along with the recordings of past meetings, can be accessed on the Board of Regents website. For our live stream viewers, auto-generated captioning is available by clicking on the closed caption button located in the bottom right of the video player. Additionally, as we move through our meetings today, I would ask each speaker to identify themselves before providing remarks. Public comment is welcome during the board meetings. The Board of Regents will hear public comments later today during this regular meeting. I believe, Tracy, we have about 6 people so far signed up for public comment. And once the meeting is called to order, we will first hear from people who have signed in. So next, for the record, I would now ask Tracy Jordahl to take roll call of the Regents.
When I call your name, would you please say here or present? Brett Blankenship.
I am here. Thank you.
Marty Dickinson. Amina Hussein. Tracy Klein.
Here.
Doug Pika.
Here.
Jen Ramos.
Here.
Lisa Schauer.
Here.
Howard Wright.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Okay, thanks, Tracy. The Regents will now enter executive session to discuss with legal counsel litigation or potential litigation as permitted by our revised Code of Washington 42.30.110. As this session will be closed, the Regents will be moved into a private breakout room. The live stream will continue with a notice posted that executive session is in progress. We will conclude at 8:45 a.m. unless it's extended by further announcement. If any action is taken as a result of these discussions, it will be taken at a future board meeting in the open session. At this time, we're ready to begin executive session. Okay, looks like we're back. Kyle, are we ready?
You're good.
All right, thanks very much. And the Regents will now reconvene in open session and convene the Executive and Governance Committee. And I first would like to acknowledge and thank our committee members, Regent Pika and Regent Shower. We make up the Executive Committee. Today we have one action item and one information item. And so the committee will be joined with Provost and Executive Vice President Chris Riley Tillman and Chief Administrative Officer and Vice President for Institutional Affairs Carrie Davidson for our first information item, which is to give us an update on the progress of the WSU system redesign. So over to you, Provost.
Carrie, do you want to start or would you like me to?
I'm going to turn it right over to you.
Yeah. Chris, if you want to go ahead, and the slides should be shared to onboard that we'll be referencing today. And or Chris, if you want me to jump right in.
No, it sounds great. All right. So quick update on where we are in the process. You guys have seen this slide a number of times. We've gone through the discover, the design, and the iterate phase, and we're on the back side of that last one. We had a workshop on April the 9th and 10th, where all of the data had been taken and started to form the framework of an action plan. I think in the last meeting, we had talked about the actual data itself. I think it's a really nice set of data from a really broad group of stakeholders, and it's led to coalesce on 4 or 5, depending on how we look at it, areas that we want to look at. Can we look at the next slide? So this gives a visual overview of the process. We had about 1,725, I guess not about exactly 1,725 voices. There were 13 different data-driven opportunity areas that came out of that, 12 design concepts, and then 5 strategic recommendations. Where we are now is the actual group is working on a specific presentation that will be done to the president, myself, and EVP Bernelli and EVP Hayes, that is going to overview 5 different strategic recommendation areas. What we will look at with that is a mix of all of the different redesign actions that we have been taking this year. On the upside, they are extraordinarily consistent with the data and the recommendations that are coming out. And then essentially what those next steps will be. I think the easiest way to think of this is we've made a lot of the broad strokes over the course of this year, larger organizational changes and alterations. We're getting to the point of where it's much more specific in terms of the activities. So, what does that mean across our different campuses or our different entities across the university? That will all be moved into an action plan. We'll discuss versions of that action plan or some concepts around that in June. And then we'll have some opportunities to talk about this during the retreat. And I think there's an expectation that we'll have a document out to the board to consider in the September timeframe that'll allow us to kick off into next year. And so I'm really excited where we are in the process. I think it's been quite valuable to get the amount of information and data. Obviously, there's a lot of things changing at WSU, and important to do that in a data-driven approach. I want to really commend the committee and the people who worked on this. Has been a tremendous amount of work, and they've just done a great job. And we've got a lot of really great leaders at different levels across the university, and I think we're lucky to have them as part of the process. So, President Cantwell?
Yeah, I just want to add on top of what Chris said with regard to how we'll reach the possibility of some paths forward, is that we will be, in the name of transparency, the first sort of formal document that the regents will get is a decision memo sometime in the fall around what we have learned from this whole process and my listening sessions with regard to the criteria that we will use in order to implement some of these potential change scenarios. That criteria will probably end up being something like a long list.
Mhm.
Once we have done that, we will apply that to the report that you will have with regard to the scenario options. I mean, I know this sounds very process oriented, but it's really, I think, the only way to give the general public the sense of how we are actually moving forward. We will look at how those criteria influence and apply to these different scenarios. When we then have our budget settled, next budget cycle, so about a year from now, we will be talking about what we can implement and what we can't. We will be talking about making substantive changes based on criteria, options, which this large team has spent an enormous amount of time and effort developing in conjunction with all of our communities. So I wanted to be clear about the process that we see going forward.
Mhm. And if I could just add one small element, and that is of the Co-Design Council, which were about 25 representatives from across the WSU system. So there's a small subset from 4 different impact areas, and those are the groups that will be presenting out to the president and our executive vice presidents with those strategic recommendations. And so they have been working consistently. I mean, it's been many months now. As you may recall, our first kickoff design intensive was in October. They were prepared and we were doing pre-reads before that. And it's been working throughout this past year, and they just put kind of pens down on May 1st. So, a lot is going toward this, but that presentation will take place in early June. So very much looking forward to it. And I, like Chris, want to thank that incredible team and all who have been a part of this. And all those whom participated in the survey across the state of Washington.
Regent Shower.
Chair Ramos, were you going to say something?
No,
I can wait.
Your hand was up. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to ask or inquire as to the feedback that you have received. Will that be presented to the board at the retreat? How are we bringing the board along? I heard our provost mentioned September. And so again, I just want to make sure that we're tracking what's been heard, how that's moving forward in terms of recommendations. So by the time we do get to approval, we are in alignment with how leadership wants to proceed with strategic imperatives.
So a couple of things, Lisa. I'm not, one of the things I think we will talk about at the retreat is what requires approval and what doesn't require approval. I think what is absolutely required is transparency in before the fact in both the process, the options, how they will be selected, and then really the budget is going to make a big difference in what we actually choose to do. We all anticipate that this biennium budget will be challenging. So I don't want to underscore anything but the budget as one of the most impactful things that we have to think about. And I think I would leave it to Carrie to answer. I just finished all of the listening sessions that are my piece of the design process, right? And we can bring a synopsis of all of that to the June retreat. But I think you've got some functionality associated with the design process as well, Carrie, for the
Correct.
June.
Correct. Yes. So a lot of those data from the stakeholder groups will be shared out, as well as strategic recommendations from that design team. And then a lot of that will be synthesized with all the other data that we're discussing. And that will come forward, as the provost mentioned, to kind of underscore those thoughts in more of like a decision memo with that clearly laid out in the September timeframe. So that'll be a very transparent, clear process along the way. So yeah, looking forward to, you'll be able to see more soon.
I
And
really
just
appreciate that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
oh, no, go ahead, Regent Shower.
I was just going to say that I know that our EVP and CFO, Brunelli, has mentioned before, and I appreciate your comments, President Cantwell, regarding the budget is not the place to make strategic decisions. And so really trying to get ahead of that with this, I think is so critically important, and certainly a huge proponent of ensuring that we have alignment around strategy and that decision matrix, which is also incredibly powerful for not only now, but in the future. So really appreciate the intentional process. Thank you.
And just for the benefit of the public, as we've referenced retreat now a couple of times, when you look at our operating calendar, our fiscal year ends in the last day of June. And during this cadence that we have for operating our business, we have what we call a retreat, which is essentially a planning meeting for strategic purposes. And so coinciding with that is the financial budget. And so it would be great at some point in time, and I'll just lay this suggestion out there, to have an illustration that shows the layers of the business operations that occur to run this very large organization. So whether it's the hearings as they go into the budget approval process, which by late May, we will be taking action on, the strategic planning process, which we call the retreat, and then the ongoing redesign, which will head into next year's cadence. So I know it takes a little bit to untangle all of that, but I just wanted to take a moment and explain to everyone who's not deep in it like we are, that there's a great amount of logic and intentionality, as well as engagement. This is something that doesn't just happen at this meeting. The whole system is involved. And so it's easy for me to see that. I'm hoping what I just said helps fill in the blanks a little bit. Okay, with that, Provost and Carrie, anything more?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks so much.
Can
Our
I mention
action.
one thing, Jen? Just
Sure.
one quick comment. And it's for Carrie and President Cantwell, just in my sphere of influence. It's been enjoyable to pick up positive feedback regarding this project,
Mhm.
that people feel positive about it and listened to, which is very key. So just as a step to give you more confidence in moving ahead, I'm picking up nothing but good things. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you, Regent Blankenship. We're incorporating all the feedback, good, bad, indifferent, from the listening sessions, system-wide redesign, and others. So all of that helps inform our strategic action plan under the leadership of the president and our EVPs and team. So very much appreciated, but good things. That's good to hear.
But when all of you are in those leadership positions, it's easy to hear negative. I wanted to hear positive.
Okay, so the next order of business with regards to the Executive and Governance Committee is to just remind everyone that we have an action item that will come before the board later today. The WSU Board of Regents bylaws state that at our regular meeting held after the first Wednesday in April of each year, the board shall hold elections to fill the offices of chair and vice chair. The board shall elect a vice chair as nominated by the executive committee based upon the advice of the board and in consultation with the president of the university. The vice chair shall then automatically succeed as chair of the board after 1 year commencing on July 1st. The board may elect to extend the term of the chair or the vice chair by a maximum of 1 additional year with no further extensions. I will complete my 1 year term serving as chair on June 30th of this year. And at that time, Vice Chair Regent Pika will assume the role as chair of the board on July 1st. At the March meeting, we discussed the proposed slate. The outcome of that discussion is reflected in the materials in your packet. The proposed motion for the board's consideration states that Doug Pica be elected as chair of the WSU Board of Regents for the year beginning July 1st, 2026, and that Howard Wright be elected to serve as vice chair of the WSU Board of Regents for that same time frame, with the understanding that he shall act as chair pro tempore in the absence of the chair, with the power to preside at the meetings and to sign all instruments required to be executed by the WSU Board of Regents. So with that, is there any discussion? We've been talking about this for a little bit. The action item will come before the board for consideration later today. And if there's no further discussion, this concludes the Executive and Governance Committee. Okay. Thank you. With that, shall we move on to our Strategic and Operational Excellence Committee?
We
Okay,
shall. So
great.
thank you, Madam Chair. With the departure of not only the passing of Regent Hunt, but Regent Cerna's departure, I have become chair of this committee, and it's now a committee of one. And I thank you all for being a committee of the whole to help us through this. But today, President Cantwell will continue this cadence on the key performance indicators that we have just referenced, and aligning strategic planning along those pillars. And since the approval of the board of the pillars in September 2025, the president has committed to us providing regular updates and informed progress of this strategic planning. So with that, we look forward to hearing from you, Madam President.
Thank you, Regent Blankenship. Is someone else pulling up the slide deck?
Yes.
Okay. Because I have 20 minutes. I want to sort of hop through a few things. 20 minutes goes pretty fast. And for the public, the available documents are a detailed slide deck on key performance indicators update, which I will go through very quickly. There is a summary slide of the key performance indicator areas. There is, I think those are the two main ones here. Oh, and the strategic pillars. So we'll start with this one. If we could go to, so a reminder that we have strategic pillar that we expect to be areas of strategy for this institution for quite some time. What we are not doing is building the classic 10-year strategic plan because there is so much change in higher ed at the moment. But as an example, we know that access and student success are in perpetuity part of our mandate, and we will always have strategies built around that. So a reminder, these are the 6 strategic pillars. Next slide. The other thing I want to point out, and this gets to some of our earlier discussion, we think about the institution in terms of responsibility in enterprises. We have an academic enterprise led by the provost. We have an advancement enterprise led by Mike Connell. We have an athletic enterprise led by John Harlow. We have an operational enterprise led by Leslie Brunelli, and we have a research enterprise led by Kim Christian. They have clear responsibilities, each of them, for moving their component of the enterprise forward. The purpose of the KPIs is to build the capacity across all of our enterprises to move the university in the direction that our strategic pillars need us to go. Next slide. And just this is, again, I show these every time we do KPIs. So for this year, we have had we have had KPIs that correlate to each of our strategic pillars. We will continue to do that. I do want to pause for just a moment and let you all know where the KPI process is going. So today I'll report out against the KPIs that you have been looking at since, I think, October. What we are going to try and do in the coming year is actually build out a better enterprise narrative that includes some predictive measures. So and no promises as to where we will get, but we are really moving in the direction of looking at predictive, comparative, enterprise linked, externally kind of legible measures that we can now begin to bring into the KPI process. The challenge for WSU, frankly, is that we don't have bodies to throw at the gathering of the data that would measure all of these predictive elements. So we will use technology and AI, and sometimes it takes us a little bit of time to get that rolling. But we will need layers that tell us kind of what our leading indicators are, where are the early warnings, what our enterprise health metrics are in each of our enterprise areas, so we can look at resilience. This is critical moving forward so that the regents and the public can know where the real danger zones are, and they will be there. Transformation metrics, we are, as you have all heard, in the middle of transformation. How are we going to measure redesign execution? And market position is really our competitiveness in the world of higher education, and competitiveness in part is a marker of value proposition to our state, to our students, to the public, and it is in part a measure of our resilience and our ability to stay healthy. So I just wanted to give you a presage for that so that you can begin, as regents in particular, to get involved in advising us as we move forward in the next iteration of KPIs. Next slide. In this case, I'm going to do what we have historically done in the next few minutes, which is I'm not going to read every evaluation here. What you have here and what the public can get access to is a green, yellow, red verbal representation of our progress with regard to all of the key performance indicators that we delivered in October. So I'm just going to go through the yellows and the reds. Next slide, please. Next slide. I'm just flipping through these again. You can, and I think all of you have them for the Regents in onboard. We did have a targeting select international markets, which is really a viable strategic enrollment growth opportunity for us. However, I hope it's somewhat obvious that under the vast amount of change in the federal perspective on international students, we have held off on this for a bit of time. It's still an opportunity for us. And then we are very much deeply embedded in designing a system-wide dashboard to visualize our sort of digital student journey from becoming aware of what WS is to actually enrolling, and then really the next phases over the years would be their actual student journey here and their journey as viable members of society after they graduate. There is a lot under the covers there, and the team that is associated with doing that work is, and you will hear me say this over and over and over again, all of our teams are stretched very thin. This does not mean we are unable to do the most important work, but it does mean that certain aspects of what we believe need to be done are prioritized lower than others. We are making choices all along the way about what we can get done and what we can't get done. Next slide. So that's growing student enrollment. Now we're talking about investing in and enhancing the excellence of the institution and its faculty. This is really still under the provost. This is in academic excellence and modernization. And we have, I think, moved forward on a large number of these KPIs. Next slide. We said we would develop a task force to look at partnerships We talk about partnerships all the time, but we have, I think, placed that in a lower level of priority as we get our own house in order and determine where partnerships matter the most to us. We've absolutely explored the opportunities to deploy AR/VR technologies in the sciences with regard to potentially transforming pedagogy and curriculum in the basic sciences. That is also that is underway, but has been lower priority with the amount of time that people have. There's some really, the other thing that's going on there is the technology and the underlying availability of programs is changing so fast. It's changing faster than we are able to adapt. So we may wait until there are some really obvious options out there and investigate those. The other thing we've slowed down on is providing seed funding for WSU student-led pilot projects. That requires a certain level of partnership with external entities, largely companies, and we just haven't been able to move fast enough to make that happen. That is not off the table. It just hasn't happened yet. Next slide. In driving innovation, productivity, and impact, this is really all about research. And if you have heard nothing from Kim and us this year, it is that this enterprise is in turmoil. It is not because we are not producing. It is not because our faculty are any less productive. If anything, they are more productive. And there are incredible opportunities on the horizon for us. But as we look at things like what the slowdown in federal awards, meaning federal awards are being awarded at a much slower rate. How that has impacted us immediately is that our federal awards are down, somewhere between 15 and 20% through March of this year relative to our 5-year average. Our proposal submissions are up, and we are working really, really fast on I'll call it alternatives to federal funding for the amazing research that we do and getting really good uptake on collaborating with both regional and national companies, as well as putting consortium together to address major new federal interest areas like nuclear energy that are just beginning to get underway in terms of research funding. I will also point to this really incredible direct congressional support for the strategic priority that WSU has around sustainable aquaculture. In this case, a really big infrastructure award to build infrastructure that includes AI support for salmon health and sustainable aquaculture, and then support for our semiconductor crystal growth facility, each of which has really massive importance going forward in the economy of Washington. And then in research intensity, we looked at clinical trials. We basically said, how do we measure research intensity? And the same federal slowdown is affecting us. Not that it is the only source of funding at play, but we are growing other areas as our federal funding is shrinking. And I think reasonably successfully, but it does take a couple years to get these things rolling. We are also focusing a lot more on commercialization. Next slide. Again, research, looking at health, agriculture. These are still very strong focus areas of ours, our core strengths, which are important to everybody. Have not dropped in importance: nuclear, science, energy, and climate solutions. We are just at the point of delivering to our Big Ideas Initiative winners their funding. So over the next couple of years, these are multidisciplinary teams by nature. They can't come in from one single college. The awards are larger to get really large scale initiatives supported. But it took a little bit of time to get that rolling. So it is rolling. It's not all done yet. And then the Office of Research is working with external affairs and marketing to really evaluate and build better narrative around the research at the university. But again, we put that in yellow because it hasn't gotten quite as far as we had hoped. And I will just give massive kudos to Kim Christian's team. Those guys are working their butts off for us. We don't have revenue as overhead drops from our research, our federal research engagements to add lots of people. So this team is taking on more and more and more work and really doing incredible work. Next slide. High performance leadership team. Everything we said we would do is in green. Next slide. Again, I leave this to you for reading the details. Next slide. We've made, as we have said, a number of key changes. Commitment to financial models. So this is really the operational enterprise. IT services is another one of, not because people are leaving or we have employment issues. I know this is always of interest to people, but because there is so much work that has been piled onto this team, including cybersecurity maturity model certification, which I think you'll hear about later. We are developing new policies. We're working with internal audit. So that team is stretched, and really developing the service model fully is going to take a little more time. Next slide. Generally, the operational enterprise, kudos to EVP Brunelli, is killing it. And I think we just all need to remember to thank every member of the finance team every day for the amount of work that they do to keep us in the green like this. Next slide. Same thing with financial reporting and budgeting. Amazing results, which you will all hear about today. Next slide. Again, these guys are in the green. Thanks, Howard. Again, I'm not going to read the details, but what we said we would do, we have done this year. Next slide. And again, in the green, really looking at key financial benchmarks. Next slide. And you will hear about this today. Operational effectiveness and innovation. Again, all measures in the green. Next slide. We did complete a system-wide I'm going to the yellow here, system-wide financial review to build a process that ensures a sustainable fiscal future. But as I started with, we also need to start really measuring. We need to look at measures of resilience sort of in advance and bring those to the region. So look for the beginnings of that, at least, if not a full proposed approach for KPIs in the September timeframe. Next slide. This is out of my office, but really in Pam Scott's world. We have developed a framework for system-wide redesign, and you'll hear about that as we go forward. We've developed pillars. We've built a leadership engagement approach that designs our leadership for this future that we are moving into. Some areas that we are still working on are updating academic programs around industry needs and societal demands. As we analyze the listening sessions that both I did and the system-wide redesign did, we'll get a lot more demand signal clarity, and we should be able to both talk about that in our June workshop as well as brief it in September, but not quite in this year. I just want to remind everybody, when we put these KPIs together, we purposefully put stretch goals out there. They are aspirations, and some we've met and some we haven't. Experiential learning opportunities. If we have one demand signal from students across the system and from companies, it is that experiential learning become embedded in everything that our students do. And we know that and are working really hard on that. It is a transformation in, and we've been working on this for a while, but that I call it possibly disrespectfully, the butts in seats model, the lecture, students sitting, listening to a lecture model that many of you experienced in higher ed is under massive transformation right now. And a lot of that has to do with how we are working with our accrediting bodies, which are also under a massive impact right now. Next slide. Philanthropy, we are absolutely moving forward as fast as our teams can move. I am, as I hope you all see, personally actively engaged in not only donor relations, but community relations. Next slide. In the donor and community relations, we said we would do fireside chats. We're actually just kicking them off right now. I think I do my first one Monday. So we are a little slow to the game, but honestly, it's taken time to get me on schedule. I'll be just frank. I am trying to do many, many things with my time in this first year and probably in the second year. Hopefully by my third year, we are really able to know where and how to target the president and all of our many other leaders. And I can tone down the pace a little bit, maybe not. The foundation is also launching the President's Book Club. What we are doing is working together between the president's office and the foundation to target the president in specific with really clear activities that will move the needle on philanthropy. Next slide. We are working maybe slower than we would have liked, but again, this is a team that is stretched thin with alumni to build new networks that support athletics. And you'll hear about that from both the foundation and John Harlow, I think, today. Next slide. I think I'm almost done, Jen. These are measures that we put in place and are all green. Next slide. Still philanthropy. The giving is remarkable this year, and we have to keep up that pace. So you'll hear more about how we're going to do that. Next slide. Targeted philanthropic events. We have done a large number of them, but we actually need to do more. You will see in the September timeframe, and I encourage all the regents to come, the Schweitzer Engineering Celebration opening the new Schweitzer Engineering Hall. It is marvelous. It is truly marvelous, and is truly a testament to what philanthropy can do to transform a campus. So kudos to SEL, but also this is an example of what we have to do more of. And again, we're just a little delayed in what our expectations were for being able to do that. So that's why these are in yellow. Next slide. Reputational strength. This is, all of us, all of the above. We are looking at everything from media mentions and media impressions and working as hard as we can on that to economic impact reports. We launched our first one in a decade. We will be looking more and more at how do we measure economic impact, in part because it is important to our community to understand that that is a significant reason why you have a land-grant university in your state. Is our job is to drive the economy, the future economy. Our economic impact is very important. Next slide. Again, looking at innovations, licensed patents is growing. We did some amazing patent deals this year. Kudos again to Kim Christian's team. Next slide. I'm not going to talk about in detail the system enrollment warming campaign, but these are all efforts that we said we would do. They weren't quite completed inside the fiscal year, but they are well underway. Publication rates are not down yet, which is amazing, given all the constraints, the research constraints that faculty operate under. I will, there is a warning flag here because federal grant awards are down. And this is nationwide. This is not unique by any stretch to WSU. In fact, we are really doing better than many of our peers in terms of award rates at the moment. And as I have said repeatedly, we have amazing possibilities that are of great interest and new funding in this federal administration. Next slide. We are working really hard on developing leadership roles in civic organizations. Why? Because that's not just part of our land grant mission, but I am a strong believer that at the leadership level, at the EVP level, and maybe the next level down, we really need to be present in all of the areas where our state is building its civic capacity. That is a huge signal for everybody that WSU is in the game. So I myself am on the board of the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Sustainable Accelerator. I also work so that's on the west side here in Seattle. I mean, in Pullman, I'm working with several others to build the Commission for the Future of Pullman. I mean, and all of the above. I can't do everything, but Glinda Becker-Fenter is serving on the board of the Greater Seattle Chamber, and is in the middle of an enormous number of our literally sort of on the ground things like the Washington Roundtable. These are really critical participation measures, and we maybe been a little slower than we wanted. I think I would say we are doing lots, and we will do lots more next year. Next slide. Championing athletics. I'm going to kind of leave this because you'll get a good briefing on this, but we need to move faster and better on revenue generating and fundraising positions. I think what you'll hear from John Harlow, and just I'll say this now and repeatedly, just kudos to John for joining the team as our permanent athletics director. He is a bundle of energy and ideas. But we have work to do on fundraising and new sponsorship deals, lots and lots of work going on. We have to see the results pretty quickly. So we're working on that. Next slide. We have done an amazing amount. I don't want to underscore that. We have fundraising work to do. The amount of work that has been done is phenomenal. And again, I think you'll hear about that. But as we look more and more at, the one area of yellow here is one we know is of interest, but we have to figure out how to monetize, which is project opportunities around our data, our athletics data. So you'll hear more about that as the year goes on. Next slide. Again, so many events, promotions, massive kudos to our new football coach who is everywhere all the time. And we're going to have to let him actually coach football and win in the fall. So I think when we start playing football, please don't ask him to come to every event because we need him to be the coach that we know he is. We are reimagining football tailgating opportunities, really thinking about what does a presidential tailgate look like? How do we provide opportunity there, and generally growing our tailgating? And then Pac-12 will launch on July 1st. Again, all of these things have been potentially a little bit slower than we thought, but they are not happening, and none of these are red. Next slide.
Regent Dickinson, did you have a question on that side?
I did.
Can we go back? Yeah, thank you.
It actually, Betsy, it's just kind of to underscore your message around the work to be done in fundraising.
Yeah.
And I know I've stressed this to John privately too, but I just think the focus on continuing to also up our game on relationship building and the talent pool within the fundraising team itself. And I know that is a priority of John's, of how to organize that.
And hopefully you'll hear from John on that, but I will just say that athletics and the foundation are working on a new approach to a larger team that is athletics fundraising only. So in complete agreement there, Regent Dickinson, but I do think there's a plan already. It just hasn't been fully executed yet. And you know, I take some, if not all, responsibility for taking my time to determine that John Harlow was the right guy. This is a massive, if change, you know, set of years in college athletics, and I really, you know, I still may have some advisors to hire, but there is so much going on. I will add, though, that one of the reasons John's the right guy for the moment is that his capacity to do all of this around fundraising, but also keep an eagle eye on student athletes and their lives and how we are serving them. Next slide. God, there's so much on athletics, but that's because there's a lot going on. So we're looking, Pam and her team are working with athletics and looking very, very closely at athletics brand positioning and how to market more and better. And then we're doing surveys to try and make sure that we are serving our student athletes. Next slide. That's it. So that's your update. You also, for Regents, you have a you know, a one pager. I try and do that. Hopefully we're trying to work towards something where I don't have to read out all this material. We have a one pager. We would historically look at red zones on the performance side, and now moving forward, red zones on the predictive assessment of our future risks, and try and address those in this meeting. But hopefully that gives you what you need. And I don't know if I have time for questions, Jen.
Regent Blankenship?
I think that concludes the presentation on the pillars. I believe Howard may have a question. Your hand is
You know,
up.
thank you. It can wait, I think, in the interest of time. But you know, you did say that you can't be all things to all people at all times everywhere. It appears that your report is quite contrary to that. But so
Oh no, there's yeah.
I'll hold my other comments for later. Thank you.
Yes.
Regent Blankenship.
Thank you, Howard, but I would echo that sentiment because it sort of went by us, past us, as our meeting schedule didn't coincide with it, but we crossed the 1-year anniversary of President Cantwell joining us. And I wanted to just give a shout out of thanks for accepting our challenge and taking on this project. And I can't voice enough support for suddenly having the wind at your back. And I think we're in a good place. So thank you.
Very much so. Very much so.
Well, we have a team
sorry.
in Regents. So I would say, you know, we have a good team. We would not be able to move forward without all of you and the team that we have. So more to come.
So thanks again. And I misspoke earlier. We do have more help on this committee than I alluded to. And Regent Shower has also participated as the Regents may recall. We have had some extended discussion regarding the Regents Distinguished Alumni Award and how we might ramp up better involvement in that. And if Chair Shower has a few comments regarding that, could you please take the floor?
Thank you, Regent Blankenship. I just have a really quick update. As you may recall, Regent Cerna assigned me to a new committee, but I'm really excited about this committee because it is the Regents Distinguished Alumni Award. And so the Regents' involvement in both helping to promote as well as being on the committee to review the nominations is happening. And so I just wanted to give you a quick update because the nominations are going to be open May 15th. I'd like to make sure that we mention that again in the board meeting. This is a tremendous opportunity for us to celebrate and recognize our distinguished alumni. So May 15th through July 15th, and we'll send out to the board information so that you can amplify the opportunity within your networks. We will then do a review of the applications with the committee and be able to bring back recommendations to the president for approval and then to the regents at our September meeting. So we've got a really, I think, comprehensive, transparent process for how we'll not only promote, but also review with the committee, involve the president and her office, and then be ready for the board to take action in September. So I know this has been really an evolution over the last couple of years. I'm excited to be involved, and I'll continue to report back to you, Regent Blankenship, how we're moving forward and make sure that the board has access to information to be able to help promote this. So with that, appreciate the opportunity to provide just a quick subcommittee report.
Thank you, Regent Shower, and thank you for that involvement. I think it's an exciting place to be. Well, if there's no further discussion on those issues, then that would conclude the Strategic and Operational Excellence Committee meeting. And if Chair Ramos is ready to continue, you have the call.
Great. Thank you, Regent Blankenship. At this point, we are going to transition into our Academic and Student Affairs Committee meeting with Regent Pika.
Almost. Yeah, are we on? We have a short committee meeting agenda item today. We have first I'd like to thank Regent Klein and Regent Hussein. I think this is our last meeting. And I just want to thank them for their work. So we have a brief agenda, and I'd like to turn this over to to Provost Riley Tillman. The two items that we're going to look at are to excuse me, I'm just losing my notes here. To establish a Master of Science for Food Manufacturing Technologies for our global campus, and establish a Master of Science in Artificial Intelligence. So, Provost Riley Tillman, it's all yours.
Thank you. Yeah, we have got two action items. The first is establishing Masters of Science in Food Manufacturing Technology for the global campus. This is obviously a area of strength for the university, and moving this over to the global campus will be able to extend our reach out of Connors in an area of where we've got some pretty significant overall strength. Global Campus is really excited to have this added to the overall topics. There's been a nice demand for it, and it extends a current degree. And so it's an area of where it gives us more opportunity and not a tremendous amount of extra expenses. This has been reviewed by my office thoroughly. It's been reviewed by Faculty Senate, and we support moving forward on the addition of it. The second is a Master's of Science in Artificial Intelligence for the campus. This is a national trend moving in computer science into the artificial intelligence space. For a variety of reasons, I think it's important that we start to focus the actual degree titles on those areas and not just on the traditional computer science terminology. We have the foundational individuals to do this. It is a department within engineering, which is a particular strength of ours, and we're excited to add this to our overall offerings. Doug?
Yeah, the notes I was looking for when we had our prep meeting, it was interesting to hear that WSU, we currently have 52 PhD programs, whereas our peers have an average of 70. And additionally, WSU offers 59 unique master's programs, of which are active student enrollment compared to our peers of 80. And I think that's noteworthy here into this, just how we're managing that. And it's also, I'm just so appreciative whenever we compare ourselves to peer institutions, it's always very, very helpful. So we're going to be taking action on these two items later. And there was a written report. The first report provides updates on items approved by the president under delegated authority, which includes faculty manual revisions, degree renaming, and degree extension. And Provost Riley Tillman, would you like to add anything to that?
Yeah, I think this is a kind of a particularly exciting faculty manual alterations. I think we have faculty manual alterations in every single one, and oftentimes it's cleaning up and enhancing clarity. Regent Klein has talked about this extensively. Regent McDonald previously was heavily involved with this and stays heavily involved with this. But this one particular edition is for a Regents professor and a Laureates professor level. And there are two changes here, which I think are important to look at. The first thing we want to talk about is the Laureates professor. Prior to this particular edition, there was on the tenure track side an additional final rank of Regents professor, which would be the highest ranking faculty member group at the university. That's 30 individuals. It is something which faculty at WSU, quite an honor to be put into that particular group. For our career track faculty, which are an incredibly important part of our faculty workforce, and we're a university that considers faculty. We don't differentiate between tenure track and career track faculty in terms of faculty senate or voting or many different opportunities. We did not have that particular rank. And so there was not essentially a Regents level rank. There are a number of implications for that. Obviously, there's status. There's some degree of a value proposition in not having that. There's also a raise component to it, and so there's an equity issue here, which is pretty considerable. This was Regent Klein. You'll have to remind me. I don't know if my office brought this up or Faculty Senate brought it up. This was one where we were both really excited about it.
Doug Call had a lot to do with doing the
Yeah.
initial draft and worked with Faculty Senate, so we need to give Doug credit.
Fantastic. Yeah. And so Doug did a great job working with Faculty Senate. Faculty Senate was really excited about this. And so we have created the Laureates Professor. This will be the final rank for our career track faculty members. We will set the number to be consistent with Regents professors, and we will build it up over a number of years. So we're not going to do 30 in 1 year. I think we're going to do 3 a year and build it up over a number of years. It'll have all of the same components of the tenure track side, including the raise. And we're just really excited. It's going to be great when we're announcing our new Regents and our new Laureates professors. When we made this alteration, we also adapted the Regents professorship and concurrently the Laureates professorship. So there would be a 5-year annual review period. Prior, these did not have an annual review. I think obviously there's some expectations for individuals who reach these particular levels to maintain the production and the work at those levels. It's typical at other universities that have these final ranks to have that type of review cycle. I think both the provost office and faculty senate I believe that was an important step in addition. When we go through this and initiate this will essentially set every current Regents professor at the start of a 5-year period, and then we'll start working through this moving forward. And so we're not going back or something like that. But I think that's a pretty significant and important addition to the faculty manual, and I think we're all excited about those changes. There were some other clarifications and changes in terms of language and more of the normal faculty manual changes that we do consistently that I don't think are quite as exciting, but making sure that the faculty manual continues to be modernized and adapted. I'm sure we will continue to have those conversations, and they're all laid out in that particular document.
Thank you. Regent Klein, you want to add anything to that? All good? Great. All right. The second report offers an overview of the current academic deans, which I hope you had a chance to review, and was prepared in response to our request for a document that really highlights the excellent permanent dean hires and interim dean appointments that have taken place over the year. And I just want to, there was one of those highlights was Dean Raj Kulsop. And on Monday, I had a chance to visit with him, his team down in Puyallup at our extension location. And it was truly an inspired 3 hours. It was broken into different parts. I learned a lot. It was inspiring. But I would just underscore one of my big walkaways from that was President Cantwell mentioned salmon health. I think that's going to be so impactful of what work we are doing there going forward, and a major financial boost, to put it lightly, from the federal government in that area. When you think of Puyallup and you think of that service, you don't think about salmon, you think about plants and raspberries and strawberries and cover crops, but it's salmon that is the dominant research that we're doing there. It was really inspired. So is there anything else, Regent Hussein or Klein, that you want to add or anything for the committee? Okay, if not, Chair Ramos, it's all yours.
Great. Thank you, Regent Pika. We are now transitioning into our Finance and Administration Committee, and I'm going to turn it over to Regent Wright.
Thank you, Chair Ramos. Just a point of order, in 2 minutes, we're scheduled for a break. Would you like the audit report now and then we'll take a break, or would you like to take a break now?
How's everyone feeling? Can we power through, or do you need to buy a break? I'm looking at nodding heads here. Okay. How about can we take a 5-minute break?
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thanks. Do a quick audio check here. Regent Wright, can you still hear me?
Present, thank you.
Awesome. All right,
Just a reminder, everything is still live.
great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Let me know when you're ready, Regent Wright.
I am ready.
Okay, great. We are transitioning and the WSU Regents will now convene the Finance and Administration Committee chaired by Regent Wright. Back over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the break. We'll have many presenters today, and I ask everyone to please identify themselves before providing remarks. To present the committee's one information item today, let's invite Chief Audit Officer Heather Lopez to join us to provide the internal audit update. Heather?
All right, thank you. Well, I was optimistic at our last meeting to have 2 reports to you, but I just did not finish get across the finish line in time for this meeting. I do have some highlights for you at this update. I talked about our intern program. Before, we have had a hiatus on that. We've had several years where we weren't able to fill an intern, and we started that back up. This semester is going great. Just one intern, but it's going great. And just a reminder, that position is pulled from our student body. Right now, we recruit out of Carson College of Business, and the intern is like a first-year professional auditor, so they are real experience out there. The only thing that the intern does not have eyes on or performing audits on is in student and faculty records for obvious reasons. She's graduating on Saturday, so we're going to lose her. I'm hoping to keep her a little bit through the summer if she's willing, but we'll be recruiting for a new intern and hope to eventually build out that program to include more than one each semester. But it's been very beneficial, I think, to the interns and also to our program and being able to complete some of our projects. With our intern this semester and our half-time auditor, that's about a 75% FTE of a full-time auditor. They've been most of their time on the continuous audit and performing tests. That's where the real audit work comes in. And that program, we do have on page 2 some of the types of queries and tests that we're performing throughout the year on data that we're pulling on a regular basis from the financial system. Another highlight is liaison activity. Talked about in January, we had a really robust audit, single audit on federal programs, student financial aid in the fall. Right now, the state auditors are back and they're working on a 2-year accountability audit. This is another robust audit. It's very aggressive, very full scope. Regent Wright was at the entrance meeting with us where the auditors communicated what they're going to be looking at and hoping that he will also be at the closing meeting, which we're projecting will be end of June or July. So that's about when they'll be wrapping up, but it is all hands on deck. We do, in our liaison activities, we partner with management, senior personnel over areas that are being audited. For the single audit, was partnering with Student Financial Services on this audit with the Controller's Office, and they're very hands-on and engaged in the requests and working with the auditors along with us through that project. The audit report that's included in the packet is on audit of FERPA. We were looking at the controls over access to FERPA protected data. As of the audit report date, FERPA protected data was not in the Workday system, but it was added in April. So we didn't have an opportunity to look at the controls with it being within the Workday system, but we did look at it in my WSU and OBIE. And we did have a few recommendations there. Management's working on that. We'll be working this summer on implementation of the recommendations. And
Heather?
we'll be able to report back on how that goes.
Thank you on that. This profession of yours has a lot of acronyms. And I'm just wondering if just the one I might ask you to call out or to spell out is FERPA.
FERPA, that's the Family Education Protection Act. It's basically protecting student data from access that's not authorized.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Certainly. And those are the highlights for me at this time. I'll be happy to take any questions you might have.
I will call on, of course, we'll call on anyone with a question. I will say that in my 1 year on this board and in my slightly shorter than 1 year serving as chair of this committee, we all now know that President Cantwell's one of President Cantwell's pillars is financial reporting, discipline, rigor, accountability, and transparency. And this team, some reporting to CFO Brunelli. Heather reports directly to the president's office with a dotted line to Brunelli. But this team's really impressive to work with, and they're pulling this all of these initiatives together. I believe that President Cantwell's goals are going to be achieved by the team that is working on all of this on behalf of WSU. It's really gives me great comfort. Nobody's perfect, but it gives me great comfort to be working with such high-performing professionals. And I thank all of you for doing so. Questions, please. Comments.
Thank you.
Okay, hearing none, I think with your permission, Chair Ramos, I'm just going to keep rolling. Right now is when we would have stopped for that break that we've just taken. So if I may, I'll just keep rolling. We have 8 future action items. I'm going to call on CFO Brunelli, Provost Riley Tillman, and Vice President Becker Fenter to step to the podium, please, to present the 2027 to 2029 biennium state operating budget request.
Good morning, Howard. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to talk about the state capital budget request and the state operating budget request. Glenda is actually going to start with the state capital request. I'm sorry, the state operating. I'm sorry, Glenda. I'm looking at the word capital and I'm operating. I'm saying capital. Glenda will start that for us. Just for preparation, this is a preliminary process at this point. We need your approval on May the 18th so that we can work this summer on the detail of those requests that will go in before you come back as a group to meet in the month of September. So all of that material is due to the Office of Financial Manager of the state this summer, and that's why we're asking for your permission to move these items forward. Some of them will appear a little bit vague at this moment because we are waiting to get final numbers depending on bargaining agreements coming through, finalizing what we might do with the medical school, and Provost Riley Tillman will speak about that. But we ask for your grace, and the resolution allows for the president to make changes throughout the summer as needed, with us reporting those back to you in September. Glenda, can you go ahead?
You bet. Thank you. We have 5 things for approval for future action items on the operating budget side of things. I'll go over 4 of those and leave the 5th for the provost to discuss around the medical school. The first is we will continue to request an increase in funding to support compensation at WSU for faculty and staff. We're looking right now at having this be consistent with our ask 2 years ago, which was for the biennial budget, which was a little over $39 million. This would increase funding to address the fund split, which is where the state of Washington only provides a certain percentage of mandated cost of living adjustments, and the institution has to find the remaining allocation of that funding to support those dollars. It will also include a request for the civil service employees, commensurate with what the state request is, and as I mentioned, an increase for our faculty and staff. The second one is to fully fund our academic student employees bargaining contract. We'll need to ask for new funds for that based on what is negotiated for the final agreement between the institution and our graduate students. The third item is to fully fund our Native Cougs program. It's about $2.2 million biannually. This was only funded on a one budget, one biannual budget process. So we're trying to make this permanent going forward in order to continue to support a little under over 140 students that are participating in this. The fifth one, and then I'm going to go back to the fourth one, to the provost, is about a little over $800,000 for maintenance and operations of our new facilities that are coming online. We will provide you with numbers as we get them, working in collaboration with EVP Brunelli and her team around the academic student employee and the compensation issues. And now I will turn it over to the provost to talk about the request around the medical school.
Thank you, Glenda. We've discussed this request in some previous budget discussions, but this is specifically for a couple of areas. We're really excited that we received full accreditation in the last cycle, but the particular approach that we take in our medical school of community-based, which is increasingly important as we move into a better understanding of just how impactful rural medicine and the disproportionate access to medicine that exists across the United States. It's particularly expensive within the accreditation space. It is difficult to continue to support that up to the standards to which accredited bodies need. We also run a speech and hearing department within our Department of Medicine, another fantastic resource to Eastern Washington and to the state of Washington as a whole. That is another considerably expensive part of the medical school. These are vital resources for the state. We need rural physicians. We need speech pathologists. And this will help us continue to keep accreditation in those areas and support moving forward the building of each. Thank you.
Thank you.
Regent Wright, are there any questions about the state operating budget request?
I have none from my end. How about from the rest of the regents or anyone else here? Okay, hearing none. Thank you. The future action items, our next agenda item is to review the biennium state capital budget, and I ask AVP Yang to the podium, please.
Yes, and Olivia is available to speak to this, but first I want to place frame this one as well. So as part of the biennium, we do multiple parts of a state capital request. And I will tell you, I believe the state of Washington to be quite generous with state capital dollars. Previous institutions I have worked at in other states provided almost $0 for any capital funding. So we are grateful for the opportunity to solicit additional funds for our capital needs across our WSU system. This is a multi-part request. You will see what we call major capital projects, and the highlight of this one for this biennium is the integrated science building, which is to replace Heald Hall on the Pullman campus. But there's also very critically, as part of this request, the MCR funding, that is our deferred maintenance. If we were to calculate our deferred maintenance across our system, we probably have a number that exceeds $2 billion. And this does give us the opportunity to start whittling down some of that and focus on critical needs. There is a third bucket of dollars that are available, and this is MCI dollars. These are programmatic dollars that are available primarily to the academic units, but to the campuses and also to IT as well, to really focus on where changes need to be made to enhance the academic portfolio. And then finally, there's a fourth request in here, and that is for capital climate commitment dollars. These are dollars that can support our energy infrastructure and that the state has made available, that may be changing in this next biennium. I want to give the president an opportunity, though, to step in and have a conversation briefly with you about the science corridor and the critical need to enhance that at the Pullman campus.
So in short, and we've had longer discussions about this, but we have over the last really 15 years, in many ways prioritized capital at our non-Pullman campuses in order to build them out. And we have lower space utilization at all of our campuses than we have in Pullman. one of the consequences, I think unanticipated because so many changes have occurred, is that the science corridor, the main line of our capacity to deliver the basic STEM programs that feed almost every major, is not in great shape. And so what you will see for the 10-year capital plan is a focus on Pullman. It is conscious, it is on purpose, it is to make sure that the STEM basis functions for the whole system are not lost. There are a couple places where we might be at risk of that, but so just Leslie's team has put together a plan that really does focus at my request on rebuilding that. They're not exclusively, but rebuilding that science core over the next decade or so. So just wanted to make sure we were all clear about that and its need, and why, when you look at the 10-year capital plan, that is largely what you see. It is on purpose.
Thank you, President Cantfield. And with that, can we move on to Olivia to walk through the request?
I think she's on mute, but we look forward to hearing from her.
Oops. I am not on mute anymore. Thank you. Consistent with remarks from Leslie and the president, the top priority is our minors, 40 million for building renewal, also known as building preservation, replacing pieces of the building that are worn out. Then there's minor capital for the program renewal for the academic programs. Then there's a next group of projects that specifically implements what the president's priorities are. As you know, in this current biennium, we got money to design and do demolition of Heald Hall. The coming biennium, we're asking for money to construct a new building on the site of Heald. But at the same time, we are also asking for design money of the former lab. You may know that there are 3 buildings that are called former lab, the original one, former annex, the middle one, and former synthesis, also known as former syn, the brick one. So the idea is to renovate the original former lab. I think it's also known as the science building once upon a time, so that it can accommodate the additional teaching labs that are not in the integrated science building. Then we are asking for pre-design to put in a new chemistry research building that will give us the, if you will, the empty chair to then move out the research that is in former annex and former syn into a new building, allowing us then to demolish the 2 formers, annex and syn, and make that a site for a new science building when the time comes. Part of the science initiative is also investment in Dodgen. You've all heard about the Dodgen facility and the importance of our work in the nuclear arena. So there's investment there. If you look at the 10-year plan, you'll see the in the out years demolition of the formers, and it may be a renovation of Webster, another one of the science buildings. So that's the science corridor portion. We are also talking about 20 million for wattle in Puyallup, and that is bird flu, shellfish, and other resources. This is a good companion to the aquaculture investment also there. And finally, we have, this is a request that we had in the supplemental session. We did not get this money, but it is to upgrade the radiators, converting steam to hot water in Holland Library, which, as you know, center of campus, actually goes beyond just books and libraries, but also a place for the students to study. And that's in summary our request for the coming biennium.
Thank you, Olivia. Good report. Lots of work going on there. Any questions, clarifications from Olivia's explanation?
Regent Ramos has her hand up.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Having spent a lot of time in Fulmer Ancient, I'll call it, I'm glad to hear that that's part of a 10-year plan, but I can't recall the physics building. It's the more tower building. Is that part
Webster.
of what?
You mean Webster, I think. you
Is it
mean.
okay? Is that
That's
part
the
of this?
building. It is several biennium out, but
Okay.
the idea is that as we look across the science buildings, what is the most high priority? And so we went with the Fulmers. Webster is next. I think you mean the building where we throw out the pumpkins, right? That one?
Yes, and the egg.
That's Webster.
Okay. Okay, got it.
For all of the regions, again, I want to remind you of a discussion we've had about capital generally, is that, and especially on the science side, is that our long history of having discipline-focused buildings needs to go away. The solution to problems that comes from either the way you learn or the research that you do is becoming more and more interdisciplinary. So as we build new buildings, you will see, they might be called the chemistry building because they replace some chemistry capacity, but some of those that building will also be faculty from other areas. We will be mixing and matching a lot more. This is kind of the norm going forward. And so you won't, I hope, hear the chemistry building, the physics building, the humanities building, et cetera. You will hear focus areas. You will hear some, sustainability, things like solution to problem areas.
That's right, President Campbell. We call it chemistry research because it tells us that we're trying to get the researchers out of
Absolutely, yeah.
Fulmer. I think Regent Hussein had her hand up, but now it's down.
Yeah, I got the answer to my question.
Okay.
Thank you. I was just gonna maybe expand. I was gonna ask to expand on the steam to hot water for Terrell, but never mind. I came to my own conclusion.
Okay, thank you.
I'd just like to add as well that we are going to be in the midst of a strategy to highlight the current state of these facilities and the future opportunities that are going to come out of this with our capital budget colleagues from Olympia. So we've already started that process by bringing our incumbent elected official to visit and are planning on extending that invitation to other members of the committee as well.
And if I can just add one thing, I think one key way to think about the traditional science corridor, this is not simply the basis of biology, chemistry, physics at WSU. This is the starting location of all of our technological and scientific oriented careers at WSU. So this is the base of where everybody starts in engineering, in commerce, in all of the sciences, in many other areas. We have some fabulous facilities as you move into more advanced work. The new ARS building is absolutely mind-bending of the quality of the laboratory experiences. But it is a rate limiting factor at WSU when your intro courses and in the beginning process that students take is in a building where literally people were working in it the day I was born as students. And I'm not making that up. Wonderful story from a pharmacy grad who met his spouse in the pit in 1972. So this is very thoughtful, and it's not just the sciences, but it's the basis of essentially everything WSU is known for, and will really project us into a very different space in the future. It's hard to imagine how productive we're going to be when we have those better facilities, given how productive we are now with what we're working with.
Any other questions about the capital budget?
Thank you. Hearing none, I think we will move on to our next item. I'd like to ask CFO Brunelli, Provost Riley Tillman, Chancellor Haynes, Vice President Skinner, and Associate Vice President Carrie Johnson for the next presentation.
Thank you so much, Regent Wright. And what you have before you is the future action item for the fiscal 27 budget, which will be brought to you on May the 18th. This is not a presentation or a preview of that detail. This is the culmination of the planning exercise that will bring us to the 18th, where you will receive and review and approve the budget. Regent Ramos, in her discussion in the Executive and Governance Committee, made a really great point to say this is such a holistic process and it involves all the units of our campus. In the time between that meeting just a few hours ago and now, I have created a really quick slide that I've asked Kyle to bring up for me now. And I just wanted to spend a moment talking through what the budget development calendar looks like at our university. It really is year round. It doesn't ever stop. I mean, we are already thinking about what happens in fiscal 28 and putting together that calendar. But the process really starts for the new year as early as December, when we are meeting with all of our units, just like we do in the budget hearings, to see where they are. It's sort of a pulse on how are you doing this year? Are you on budget? What is your expected use of carry forward? And we're starting to seed early plans for the next cycle. And so we did that myself with the provost, and our staff supported that this year. Then in January and February, we had our earliest discussions with our system leadership, the deans, the chancellors, and all of our unit area AFOs, which are a critical part of this budget development process because they are the folks that are down in the weeds that are actually doing the work. By February the 2nd, we released the budget templates out to the unit. It's a very templated deck of material that we expect for our budget development hearings, so that we're following the same information at the unit level. The different due dates, you'll see the provost required their information to be in hand early so they could go through it with the academic units. Then all of our materials were due on March the 17th, and that led right into the week where we did budget hearings with 34 of our units. I'm really glad that Sandra Haynes is with us today. She is now going to be part of that process. She had not been previously. She was doing, of course, the Tri-Cities campus and the Vancouver campus this year, but she will be a full representative at those unit budget hearings as we move forward. We were happy to see the information coming out of Glenda's area with the supplemental state budget this year. As you know, when we came into the December timeframe, received the governor's budget days before Christmas that had up to a $20 million cut and a potential reduction of about $7 million for our state insurance liability pool. That was going to be a pretty significant drain on our budget operation this year. But the supplemental budget turned the other way. And we have discussed that in this group, that there is some accounting at work that has made this budget what it is as far as the state is concerned. And so thinking ahead to fiscal 28 and the 28-29 biennium, we will be very concerned about how the state is going to close that gap for us. But that did provide a lot of relief for us. With our budget hearings, we instructed our units to visit us with 3%, 5%, and 10% reductions. Also gave them the opportunity to request new dollars as would support their operation. But this robust period of a week of listening to our units was then followed by about 3 weeks of the leadership coming together to try to put the budget together and come to a place where we are balanced. And that's where we are today. We have the budget tied out and are ready to bring that to you on May the 18th. After that date and your approval, then we will move to a notification period across our system where we will let the units know this is the result of your budget and give them an opportunity to revisit what they told us at the hearings and then how they will actually affect that. That's really important because any time that goes by from the moment that they have the hearing and when they prepared their materials, things change. People leave, people come in, new opportunities may arise. So this 30-day period is for them to look at their budget planning and then formulate a final plan. We also bring in our human resources, and I'm joined in the room today with Jennifer Klein, our Vice President for Human Resources, because if there are human impacts, people impacts from the budget, we have to understand what those are. Some of our employees, if they are no longer with us, they may bump another employee. So we have to understand the consequences of those actions. That this gives the units time to do a final plan. We receive that back, and then ultimately that becomes the budget that we load into Workday and move forward. And we will prepare. I know this is Regent Shower's very favorite thing. We will work on our fiscal 27 budget document and hope to be able to release that by September the 1st. holding that document through the summer to deliver. The reason is that we wait for fiscal 26 to be fully complete in the accounting cycle, and we can report in that the actual numbers for fiscal 26. So I wanted you to see the holistic budget development calendar and how that will come together. But I'd really like to give the president and the provost an opportunity to give their perspective on how we went through the budget hearings and the budget deliberations this year. Kyle, can you take the slide down?
I can start briefly. I do want to say that we are now in a position as an entire system to have every element of the university report either to the president or one of the 3 EVPs. And that means that budget roll up will occur, so Chris has full responsibility for roll up and determination in his area. Sandra in her area, Leslie across the operations enterprise, and I still have a fairly large number of elements of the institution. This year, as we went into listening to every unit that has to prepare its own budget and the discussion of everything from, because remember at that time we did not know what the state budget was going to be. Everything from, 135, I think we did 13510, but cuts. We were really focused on not everybody gets a cut, y'all tell us what you're going to do with it, but how do you shrink if you have to shrink? And how do you grow if you have the opportunity to grow? We have to keep our eye on those things. And if you think you can grow, what's the financial implication really on the financial or revenue growth side of things? We didn't have to jump through hoops this year like we thought we did. That is a huge relief, but it does not mean we won't have to. In fact, I guarantee you, it doesn't mean we won't have to. What we now have as a result of the process that EVP Brunelli led was actually basis functions for her team to be doing more sophisticated modeling as we now go forward and project what we might see from the state in a biennium sense. So I just want to highlight that even earlier than reviewing with units in December, their budgets, how they're performing against the budget that they have, we will be, and it is Leslie's team that will be doing this, an enormous amount of predictive modeling, if you will, about the possibilities. Because remember, we're wrapping this all up with the strategic redesign process and what the options are that we need to exercise over the next decade. None of that will be free. And I think I'll just end by repeating what I've said often, which is we will have to, as an institution, make choices. We will, I think it's equally mandated that we are clear about the criteria that we will use to make those choices and clearly what those choices are. But those have to both be just adapting to budget realities, but also we have things we have to do. I mean, that canonically we've got to build AI into the student experience sufficiently that students graduate with clear elements of their transcript that demonstrate to the people who want to hire them what they know how to do with and around AI. And that doesn't even speak to the ethical issues. So I think that's my piece. There's an awful lot that landed on Chris's shoulders this year. So the provost and his team and your units also, Chris, have done yeoman's duty this year. And really kudos to everyone for taking on the future in a way that is clear-eyed and not merely how do I protect my piece of turf? But let's look at the entire institution, the WSU system, and talk about its value in the future.
Thank you.
Chair Ramos, before I
Provost Riley Tillman.
Oh, okay. I think all I would add is, this has been a bit of a journey. I think there has been increasing clarity within all facets of leadership within the university where the budget sits. I think faculty senate and I talked an awful lot about the budget and the implications of the budget. I think it's easy to focus on some of the negative aspects of that. And what I'm excited about right now is that we're getting increasing clarity on essentially the levers we can pull internally to better the budget. What do we control? I mean, what do we actually have the ability to influence versus just waiting on external factors to either fix or hurt or our budget. And the space of where I'm seeing deans and chairs really excel in is focusing on retention and support of our students. That's a variable we control. It's not only the ethically correct thing to do when students are accepted into the university, to do everything we possibly can do to make sure that they graduate and graduate with as little debt as possible. It's also the most economically advantageous thing for the university to do because it helps our budget more and more. And so what I'm excited about is not just the clarity of the budget that I'm watching deans and chairs start to embrace more and more, also unit directors, vice provosts, so on and so forth. But more intentional focus on the levers we can control and not the stuff that is a little less in our sphere. So that's all I'll add and go from there.
Thank you, Provost Riley Tillman. Regent Ramos?
And if I could just comment and first compliment the whole team. CFO Brunelli, you've been such a great leader in this space, and I appreciate that dynamically looking at opportunities and risks as across the system and creating capacity. I just wanted to give you all an infomercial here to build on what President Cantwell just said. I'm here in Silicon Valley today. I've been meeting with Intel, HP, Workday, Autodesk, large corporations. The AI narrative and the discussion, I just want to give you a little bit of context. In Moore's Law day, which is now ancient, you would expect a 2x speed year over year, doubling the pace of our lives. In the new world of AI, in which the systems haven't even been released because we're trying to keep them reined in, it's a 90x speed at a minimum. And so we can't even wrap our heads around the speed of AI, how that's going to change the way we perhaps communicate, teach, absorb, but the future is changing so fast. And so the fact that we can have proactive fiscal accountability and just, move forward creates capacity to deal with what is upon us already. And I just can't emphasize enough, being here in Silicon Valley and just feeling the enormity of the situation. I don't know if it's helpful to give you that reference point, but imagine 2x to 90x. It's pretty wild. So thank you for what you're doing.
Outstanding.
Are there any?
The closed caption translated that as outstanding, and I said astounding. So I just to clarify. Thank you, Leslie.
Are there any other questions about where we are with the budget development process? Regent Shower.
I really, truly appreciate all of the engagement around this process. It is such a heavy lift. I think there were multiple key points that folks have made. President Cantwell, your ability to restructure the team as quickly as you have, with the clarity of not only authority, but also this piece in terms of how the budget process moves forward is just really impressive. I'm sure you know EVP Brunelli. I did go look to see if the whole book was there. I'm excited. I love that you have that binder full. I'm excited for us to get to the approval of the budget because I do feel as though we've done strategy outside of the budget, and the budget is reflecting that, and we're continuing down that pathway. But there are just some really, like, I know that there's a lot of pressure, there's a lot of intensity. Most of this comes from that financial constraints, and there is a tremendous amount to celebrate. So just again, would echo what Regent Chair Ramos has just said. Like, this is a great body of work. We're moving in the right direction. The investments are being made strategically, and the communication to our stakeholders is transparent, and we're being inclusive in the process. So just well done. Just really proud to be part of this process.
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. I want to give an opportunity for Matt Skinner, our Vice President for Finance and Business Services, to comment on this. This is Matt's first time through this process in this role, with the Budget Office reporting to him. And of course, Carrie Johnson is our very new Assistant Vice President for Budget and Planning. So this is a lot of new eyes on this process this year, and frankly, a lot of process improvement that you won't see that's technical on the back end, but believe me, we feel it. And when the president tasks us with doing higher level scenario planning, we are getting ready to be able to do that, because we are cleaning up a lot of old processes and old ways of doing business. So Matt, if you could give us just some final comments, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. Thanks, Leslie. Good morning, everybody. I guess I would just add, recognize leadership across the system for their active involvement in our planning process. As Leslie mentioned, that happens every month with a budget certification or attestation to let us know how things are going in their area, and then moving through the planning process in our hearings and putting the scenarios together. Also grateful for our area finance officers for the work that they're doing to bring those plans together. And finally, I just want to recognize Carrie Johnson. She jumped right in on our team when she joined in November. We're grateful to have Carrie, and we are doing a lot to just organize our team and get a lot of things moving forward in the direction we call them budgeting basics that are really important to help us do the forecasting and planning that were essential to the FY27 budget. And as President Cantwell said, will be even more important as we look into FY28 and beyond. So grateful for everybody's hard work, and it's great to be a part of it.
Regent Wright, I believe that we have no further questions around this topic.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Let's call to the podium Athletic Director John Harlow, who will join Leslie Granelli to present the fiscal year 2027 Cougar Athletics budget.
Thank you. And before we move to John, this is no different from the section that we just had. This is the prep stage for the action item that will take place on May the 18th. But John has done a great job, along with Nick Accord, who is joining us, I believe, for the first time here. We'll give you just a highlight of how we're coming together with the fiscal 27 budget.
Thank you, Leslie. Thank you, Regent Wright. Great to see everyone. And as Leslie mentioned, this will be brief, kind of an overview, a setup to what will be the full discussion on the 18th. And again, a shout out to Nick Accord. Appreciate him joining us. He's done a tremendous amount of work in 26 and in building the 27 budget as well. So this will serve as a placeholder for more robust discussion on May the 18th. We'll walk through the budget in more detail as an action item, but here as a high-level overview, we will be submitting a balanced budget again for FY27. This will include the $20 million one-time funds that the Regents approved earlier in the spring. That $20 million allows us to keep our operating budget relatively flat between FY26 and 27. But with that said, we know we can't continue to operate in the same way or do the things that we've always done. Our industry is changing, our conference is changing, our student athletes are changing. We have to do the same. One thing is clear, we either commit to change or we commit to irrelevance. And one of those things is really hard to do. The other is catastrophic. So we're working through solidifying our structure, building out our revenue office, and reprioritizing our allocation of our resources. This will be something we'll continue to do throughout FY27 as we continue to contain our costs and drive revenue with the intention of leading our new Pac-12 conference. So again, more information to come at the more robust discussion or the approval as we ask for that to be an action item at the May 18th discussion.
And if I could just underscore, John used the word irrelevance, but John knows as much as anybody about the fact that it understates the challenge. we might become, I mean, that option might be athletic irrelevance, but that has massive catastrophic implications for WSU. And John is well aware of that. That is why John is in the position he's in. There is no sense at all in this athletics director of anything other than an understanding of the moment. And I, you know, I am behind John at every level, helping him do what he does.
And if I can add one thing, you know, I think often at universities, the athletic side and the academic side is seen as opposite sides of the field. You know, one of the unique things that we have here right now is involvement with myself and the CFO and the president, obviously, or EVP Brunelli, not just the CFO, with John on the athletics budget and support of that budget, and involvement of athletics on the academic side. You know, to say that athletics is important for the academic side of the institution is an understatement. I mean, to start off with, we're talking student athletes. I mean, we're talking about our actual students. It's one of the populations that has some of the highest retention rates across our university, and some of our best overall students. And the athletics department does a tremendous job in that space. Honestly, parts of the academic side have some things to learn from the athletic side on supporting students in the best possible way. It's also a phenomenal mechanism for people to learn about the academic side of the university. When you get eyes on WSU, you don't get eyes just on football or basketball or baseball or you know, any of those entities. You get eyes on our phenomenal academic infrastructure, our wonderful research, our wonderful opportunities for students. And so I'm just really excited, not just on the fiscal side, but in the overall side of how we're actually working together as a team. That does not happen in many places. Many places, the athletic director has no interest whatsoever in talking to the provost. That's not how it's working here today. And just really excited to see what John does coming up in the next year or so. And really excited for the academic side to be a part of it. And we always love athletic support on our side as well.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on this? Thank you. We'll bring Matt Skinner to rejoin Leslie Brunelli and John to present our next item, which is the 2026 Cougar Athletics budget transfer, which is an interesting decision that we will have to make. Please.
Thank you, Regent Wright. As you know, this is a transfer that is required by Washington state law. And what we are required to do is by June 30th, show that we can cover the accumulated cash deficit of the university's athletic department with dollars that do not come from the state and do not come from student tuition. And so each year we bring you this transfer to show that we can cover the accumulated cash deficit. And John and Nick and Matt can walk us through that.
Does everybody understand what we're doing? And if you don't, do you have any questions or clarification? It's understandable. It's completely procedural, but it's, to me, I found it also, how do I say this? Interesting.
So I can kick us off, Matt, and please feel free to add any context or things that I might miss. Excuse me, but as shown in the materials, we are projecting a balanced budget again for FY26. That's a written report that we delivered. So that allows us to, or at least stabilizes our internal operating deficit that we've stabilized here for the last 4 years. It currently sits at 102 million. As a reminder, that transfer is conducted on June the 30th when the books are closed and then reversed then on July 1. Again, the deficit sits at 102. We have a balance in our restricted donated funds of just over 24 million, 24.5 million. That helps offset that cash deficit. Then we also have added in a very conservative buffer for any timing issues that may occur at year end at 15 million, as we've done the last couple of years, just to be, again, conservative. With that, we'll be requesting the approval of a transfer not to exceed 92.5 million. And the composition of that 92.5 is all from housing and dining, parking, transportation, and essential non-core reserves, all again to be restored on July the 1 once the new fiscal year is turned over.
Thanks, John. And I would just add on to that. So just so we all understand the mechanics of how that works, as John mentioned, on 6/30, we will do a transfer of those cash balances into athletics. Those are reported that way in our year-end books. We book due to the university on the relevant financial statements. So that's reflected as a liability. Then as we start the next year, we reverse that entry so that those funds restored back into their home. That's important for a couple reasons. First, it fulfills the requirements of the state law. Internally, it allows us to document what's owed. And then I would just highlight a couple things that John mentioned. The overall deficit has not increased since fiscal year 23. So this is the multiple years of that staying at the 102 million. And then also to note that while we do transfer those funds back to housing, parking, and the central resources, we hold those resources to help offset that deficit.
Thank you for the explanations, respectively. Any further questions on this? Okay, thank you. To present the Spokane Health Sciences Team Health Project, I invite back Provost Riley Tillman, AVP Olivia Yang, CFO Brunelli, and Senior Vice Provost for Health Sciences and Vice Dean for Clinical Affairs, Jeff Haney, to present.
Right. Let me give a starter and then we'll pivot to Olivia. We had requested to build a building in this space, which was not supported before, and altered that request. And we're actually really excited about the direction that this is going in. The request was for considerably less than a new building. It was for $7 million, which then put together, and I'll let Olivia give the specific funds because sometimes I get them off by a little bit. And when you're talking millions, that's probably not the best thing in the world. The pivot is going to be in a space that used to be used or is currently used by Eastern Washington University in their dental space. It's in what we lovingly call the banana wing on the health sciences building. It's really a phenomenal space, and while that partnership we were sad to see end, it afforded us an opportunity to move the team health space into our essentially team health sciences building and renovate that space. We're incredibly excited about the renovation plans. It's going to be a phenomenal space. It's also directly across from where our clinic space is, which is going to give us some incredible opportunities going forward with WSU Health and the potential of a on-campus clinic, which would be beneficial for faculty, staff, and students, and also the community in the region. And so we think that this pivot is, in the end, better for us overall than a standalone building. It's going to utilize space that's already in place. It's much more fiscally responsible overall. I'm incredibly excited that the three deans, under the leadership and support of Senior Vice Provost Haney, are all 100% on board in this process. I think we were just on calls earlier this week on it, and just a really exciting project. Can't wait for people to be able to see it. I think it's going to really take the campus and move it a step forward. So with that, I will move into the technical space with Olivia.
Libby, you're on mute again.
My apologies. So to add on to what the provost said, we asked for and received 7 million in the state supplemental budget. We had left over from the earlier effort 9.7 and change. So that would have given us, I'm sorry, 3.7 and change, which would have given us a total. See, now I'm sounding like the provost.
Ow.
Sorry, Chris. So we now have 9.7. We took about 300 of that to do the space audit, which informed the decision about possible places to locate this program. And as Provost said, it's now going into the Banana of Health Science building. We are potentially looking at the 2 floors of that wing. And the plan is to begin construction as soon as the Eastern people leave, which we believe should be around January 1st. And so in the meantime, we have reactivated the design build team on the earlier effort. They are finishing the programming, doing layouts, at some point getting permits, getting the bidding ready so that January 1st, we're ready to go. Roll. This is supplemental money. We have very short time frame to spend the money. We don't want to test the proposition that we can reappropriate supplemental money. We just want to get it spent and get on with it. So that's the report I have.
And we're joined in Spokane in the conference room by Jeff Haney, who would love to give an opportunity to speak about the project as well.
Hello, everyone. Three things to share. I think the first is part of the reason or the need for this is that medical education, or just health sciences education in general, is moving to what we call competency-based medical education, which really requires us to watch the learners do the work. And so being able to see them do whatever procedurally tasks associated with their work or interacting with standardized patients. But the value of this is for us to actually be able to see our learners do the work in preparation for being in real live clinical environments, to be sure that they're ready to be in those real live clinical environments. Medicine has been doing this for a while. Accreditation in nursing has actually just recently changed. So this is a very big push for them. And similarly, pharmacy has really expanded into the clinical space. So I think that that's the first thing that you all should know. The second thing that you all should be aware of is that this transition, or the opportunity in the health sciences building, or the banana wing, as we are now apparently calling it, and is, although I don't know how crimson and gray banana is, but the health sciences building is rapidly becoming a coordinated space for all three colleges to be together. It's clear that this is the direction, that's what's happening. And I think it's a real opportunity for us to think about how do we actually keep that growing energy around that space being a really connection for all three colleges in the health sciences. So I think that's the second thing. The third thing is, and this is more emotive than anything else, is that me and a couple of Olivia's facilities team members were walking around the campus looking at all sorts of potential spaces with the architects and the builders. And we walked into the space that is going to be this place, and their faces just they dropped in aghast at how awesome this opportunity could be. And I wish you all could have seen their faces at the moment, because it was pretty exciting. They were really incredibly excited about what the opportunities could be in that space. So I just wanted to share those three things, and otherwise I will stop now.
Isn't that great? I'm so happy to hear that. Okay, CFO Grinelli, anybody to follow on that subject?
Any other questions? No, lots of clapping hands. Excited to see that.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. Okay, thank you to that team. And I'm really glad to, Jeff, I just love hearing just some of the anecdotes like that of the students and their reaction. And as the entire team, but particularly Chris Riley-Tillman has been telling us how important that we are so student-centered and so student-focused. And investing in facilities is really investing in students. And I'm really happy to see this. So thank you for that anecdote. Thank you. I believe we are ready to present the WSU Creamery Revitalization Project. And I invite Dean Koshla to the podium.
I think Dean Kosla is logging on now. Tracy, has he joined us yet?
Why don't I give a little precursor?
That'd be great. Thank you, Chris.
Go ahead,
As the
please,
dean logs in. As everybody knows on this call, we have something called Cougar Gold cheese. It's kind of a thing around here, to say the least. When Dean Kosla first came on, I think it took him about 7 days or 9 days to get in my office and say, all right, we are in serious need of an upgrade in the creamery, and Dean Kosla will give some overall components to this. I want to speak, the Dean will give the specifics on this, but I want to speak to just the broad vision and where we see moving forward into the future. We need more Cougar Gold out there. We need more options for Cougar Gold available. This is not only one of the most amazing products that we produce, it's essentially marketing and an ambassador for the university, and it's a way to get more people to understand what we're doing. I've really been excited about the dean's vision for how to enhance not just the creamery itself, but to enhance the experience of people on game day. So we're back to athletics for a second, where they'll have more opportunities to engage in going to Ferdinand's, which anybody who spent time in Pullman is a whole tradition. Having a number of product offerings in Ferdinand's, in the Cubs, so that people can experience this different, and exploring actually having Cougar Gold in the stadium itself, so that when people go to Pullman and get back to that tradition, they can experience it. This will dramatically expand the ability for us to produce much larger quantities. It's going to take a little bit of time to get up there. But with that, I'm going to kick it off to Dean Kosloff for an overview of the project that I'm clearly a little teeny bit excited about.
Well, before we invite the dean, allow me to just take the mic for 30 seconds. And that is that I had to self-mute while you were talking because I didn't think I could control myself from endorsing what you're saying. Many of you know that I feel that WSU has endless opportunities to be louder and prouder for all of the work, all of the research, all of the education that we provide. And this is one of them. And I feel that WSU, since, remember, I've been around WSU now for 50 years, that we're modest and we're humble. And we were trying never to be boastful, but we can be loud and proud. And this is one of the products that does that. The medical school does that. The research does that. I mean, good grief, sustainable aviation fuel, how fantastic is that going to be? So this is what we need to be known for. And I met with the dean several weeks ago to talk about this. I'm just very proud of this, and I look forward to hearing more about it. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for extending the invitation for me to share what my team has put together. Just a handful of slides to talk about the Creamery Revitalization Project. Really appreciate the comments extended by Provost Riley Tillman and Regents Wright. I share your passion, and I'm equally excited what we could be. So just to give you a brief flavor here, we're talking about revitalizing Creamery in a project duration about 2 years, because what we're trying to fix is not something we can walk into a store and purchase. This needs to be a special order, manufactured, fabricated, and installed. And there's some construction associated with that. So the WSU Creamery was established in 1948 with twofold purpose. One, for educating our students, and two, for creating creamery products such as cheese and ice cream. And we have done that successfully for the last many, many decades. And we want to continue to position ourselves so that our national flagship, our Cougar Gold cheese, can continue to flourish both within our state and across our nation, and maybe even beyond. So what this project will do, it will revitalize, i.e., provide a new cheese vat, which I'm going to share with you in the next slide, please, for the benefit of all Cougs who are out there and the general public. So what this will do, it will increase our production. It will improve operational capacity and efficiency. It will enhance teaching experience for our students, also research opportunities for our faculty, and hopefully meet the product demand. It will also to meet our current food safety and sanitation requirements and industries. So what this modernization consists of is there's a cheese vat that has been now performing not to its greatest capability, but beyond its lifespan. It's typically meant for about 30 years, and we're way beyond that 30-year time limit. So what is at risk right now today is that it could quit performing on us at any given time. Now, By virtue of the revitalization process, we're looking into the future. Today's capacity is to produce about 250,000 cans of Cougar Gold. With this new expansion and revitalization, it will enhance our capacity by 40% with one shift per day, working day of the week. If we were to go on to 2 shifts per day, you can calculate how much further expansion potential it has that we can do with that. Also, I want to mention that 250 cans of cheese are currently being produced with running the unit about 100 plus days a year, double shift, which means that our students and staff have to show up at about 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. in the morning, and they have to work double shift. So what are getting ready to embark upon would be a great relief for our staff and for our students, continue to grow our market. Since this is a revenue generating service center, the revenue that is generated, about $750,000 of that is set aside to pay for student wages and operational expenses, but also make a small commitment towards student scholarship who may not have access to the education that we impart. And finally, there's a very thoughtful financial sustainability component built into this. We have an impact center that is run by economists in our School of Economic Sciences, and they perform a financial sustainability study looking at if we were to invest X amount of dollar, and I have those figures in the next couple of slides, and we were to go out and get additional dollars through commercial loans, how far it will put us in terms of being financially revenue positive and earning about $1 million annually starting in fiscal year 2031. Now, with the support that state has extended to us, the support that universities extended to us, and the dollars that we are able to reinvest into Creamery from Connors, we may be able to achieve this financial sustainability a lot sooner than fiscal year 2031. Next slide, please. So this is a schematic on the left, and on the right is a AI-generated picture, which mimics our current creamery. It shows new vat in the creamery, which doesn't exist right now. But because the new vat is larger in size, we'll have to shift the wall, and that requires a construction of new wall. And that is shown in the schematic and a somewhat real-type picture on the right side. This will address multiple issues that we're currently facing with the cheese vat. So cheese vat is a double line, a seamless steel jacket that goes around that, and it's a thermal jacket. So it provides heating while we're stirring this cheese in the process of manufacturing. In our current system, because the system is old, it does not meet our standards and requirements, there's an uneven distribution of thermal parameters that aids in the manufacture of cheese. That results in significant deterioration of the quality and the product, and we're losing about $50,000 worth of cheese product. And with the new cheese vat in place, that will take care of that. Also, because our safety and industry standards are not at par at the current time, oftentimes we notice that in our storage process, some of the microbial, non-desirable microbes make it into the cans, and that results in a puffy can. And we have no choice but to reduce that or throw away those cans. We can't put them for sale. And finally, we're going to update or upgrade the production grade standards in terms of how the milk is brought in and where the manufacturing happens. Current standards do not allow raw milk and the manufacturing process to coexist, and so that will lead to construction a new wall. Next slide, please. So these are the sources of funds that we already have commitments for. For the fiscal year, biennium 25-27, we have secured $1 million from state capital funding. Connors Creamery is putting in $4.2 million as a commitment. And then the carry forward surtax that university has now made a commitment to reinvest into this strategic project will go to this revitalization. So what we are left with is $6.3 million, which we're trying to debt finance either through the state certificate program, which has a much lower interest rate, or we may go in or also explore a couple of opportunities. One, industry partnership. For example, I'm talking with Dairy West if they would be willing to partner with us and or go the certificate or the loan route. Next line, please. Next slide, please. And this is the final slide that once we have an approval from the board, it will take about 2 years time frame, minimizing the disruption that will cause, preparing us to produce enough cheese so that we don't have a more than a couple of months of deficit, if you may, in the availability of cheese. Our team is mentally prepared to store enough cheese that we can get by this entire project without, going, without Cougar Gold cheese. So that's our plan, and everything goes well, we should be up and running back in July of 2028. So I'll open the floor for any questions at this time.
Thank you. It's very exciting. And I'm governing my enthusiasm. So just I'm not governing my enthusiasm. I'm governing my verbal enthusiasm. Thank you for your leadership on this. I feel very excited about it. It makes us proud to be Cougars. One more thing. So any questions,
Yes.
comments before we move along?
Regent Wright, can we have Olivia go through the project cost briefly?
Yes, of course. Yeah, just going to move on to that. Absolutely.
Well, am I on mute again? So as Raj mentioned, there's 13.5. The bulk of the money is for construction and equipment. We are doing this, we're advertising this as a design build project. We think that we may get two kinds of responses. One is your standard contractor, designer, and equipment designer, but we believe there's also a group of creamery design builders who may be interested in this. And so we have, we think of the project as both construction and equipment to allow for that possibility. When the time comes, we can separate out what is construction and what is equipment so that the appropriate financing can be made accordingly. So anyway, 13.5 is what we're talking about. Is that, Leslie, any?
Nope, that's all I needed from you. Thank you, Olivia. Regent Wright, the next item that is on our agenda, if there are no more questions about the project itself, is the financing item, because we would debt finance a portion of this, and Matt Skinner and Arthur Witten are available to speak to that process.
Thank you. Let's invite them to the podium.
Thank you. We'll jump in on that. So as mentioned, within the 13.5 million project budget was just discussed, 6.3 million of that will be funded by debt. So in accordance with the Board of Regents policy on debt management, future action item 8 would propose the board approve the sale of general obligation bonds and delegate to the president or her designee to enter any needed financial contracts or instruments to complete that financing. Here's the key terms on that those debt will not exceed net proceeds of 6.3 million, a maximum term of repayment not to exceed 8 years, and a maximum interest rate not to exceed 6%. I would add that we do have a really good process for looking at debt internally, calling it today our internal underwriting process, if you will, if we were a bank, where we work closely, and want to thank Raj and his team for working with the Treasury Office on that. And I'd like to turn it over to Arthur just to talk a little bit about that due diligence process and the sources of revenue to be used to repay this debt once it's issued.
Thank you. Welcome, Arthur.
Thank you, Matt. So to speak a little bit more about that, while new debt obligations would be secured by the general credit of the university, we do prepare an internal repayment agreement with the debt borrower, if you will. And so in moving forward with this project, Raj and his team prepared a feasibility study looking at the potential future cash flows generated from increased cheese production at the creamery as a result of this project. And with that, was able to work with his finance team on some stress testing of expectations or below expectations of that, working with Olivia's team on the cash flows of the facilities capital project planning and being able to optimize those moving forward in that underwriting process that Matt mentioned. Specifically with the timeline for this project, we would anticipate those increased cash flows to be available for debt service on this to be realized around fiscal year 2030. And so as we looked at this, the internal source of repayment will be largely creamery future revenues, both produced before the renovations are in place, and then increased revenues once the revitalization project is completed. And then from there, should projected revenues not meet expectations, the college will make available other sources of revenue to ensure timely debt service payments.
Arthur, I wonder if you, because Dean Kosla mentioned this, the possibility of utilizing the state's vehicle for financing equipment. Can you briefly talk about that? Because I do know that while we stress tested and planned for up to a 6% interest rate, our expectation is that the interest rate would be far less than that.
That's a great point. So like the most recent financing, we seek the lowest cost of capital in these debt financing projects that we bring before the board. And so with the authorization of a request, that allows us to be nimble in how we approach capital markets. Dean Kosla referenced the state certificate program. The state treasurer's office offers a capital lease program that allows us, in addition to other public entities across the state, to essentially bundle together capital leases and then go out to the public debt markets as a certificate of participation underneath the state of Washington's credit. And so, for example, in the state's most recent sale of that debt, they achieved a cost of capital closer to 2.5%, similar to what, in similar terms of what we're looking at this project. And so that's one option that we're looking at for this project.
And I will say this financing, we are structuring this much like we did the financing with the Gisa Field project that is now underway. We planned for a higher interest rate. We were very, very successful in getting a much lower rate. The fortunate occurrence for that project is that we were able to wrap that around a bond refunding that brought the cost of capital down.
Well, this is a great financing vehicle, and thank you, all of you, for your intelligent approach to this. 2.5% cost of capital for this project is pretty good.
Are there any other questions about the financing or the creamery project?
Okay, thank you. I see no further questions. Next on our agenda, we have an action item on the consent agenda, the WSU Pullman Southside Dining and Market Renovation Project Design. I believe in accordance with the board's bylaws, Article 2, Section 12.b. As this item related to capital projects, it was presented as a future action item at the committee's March 5 meeting, allowing for discussion and questions at that time. Are there any brief clarifying questions that you would like to ask now pertaining to this consent agenda item? You may ask them at this time. Do any regents wish to remove this item from the consent agenda for further discussion? Okay, hearing none, to request this item from the consent agenda, it will be presented to the board for approval at its meeting this afternoon. Lastly, I will note that the meeting packet also includes 6 written reports. They are as follows: contracts signed under delegated authority, fiscal year 26 budget execution, financial performance update, the Cougar Athletics budget performance update, fiscal year 26 budget execution and fiscal year 27 budget development, government relations and research, state and federal budget update, fiscal year 26 finance and administration committee work plan, which has been revised, and the major capital projects list. Are there any questions from the regents regarding any of these written reports that are in your packet? I don't think that I see any. Before I conclude the Finance and Administration Committee meeting, to turn it back to the chair, I'd like to recognize my fellow committee members. Regent Klein, Tracy, thank you so much for your always very good questions. And again, to acknowledge a committee member, the loss of Regent Hunt. He will be missed. I'll say that, there are different ways to participate in all of our works, in our daily works. And Sam was just a delight to work with. Didn't always speak up, but one of the things that I learned about my 1 year, the pleasure of working with Regent Sam Hunt, was that when he would ask a question, it was time to put pens down and to listen. And I will miss that style of his, and I will miss him personally. So thank you, Sam, if you can hear us. This concludes the Finance and Administration Committee meeting, and I will turn it back to the chair. Thanks, everybody, for your participation. I know this committee always takes the longest amount of time, and I appreciate the professional team who supports us in our work as regents. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Wright. I would also like to just underscore and emphasize how tremendous it is to see all of Washington State University leadership come together. The material and the committee work relies on many leaders across the system, and what you see here is the tip of the iceberg. And so many people involved. We cannot express our gratitude enough, because there is an enormous amount of work. And certainly at this point in time, the context of which we have commencement starting tomorrow, everyone's super busy. So just a great amount of gratitude to all of our committee chairs and to the Washington State University leadership. This concludes our committee meetings for today. The regents will take a break. And at this point, we are scheduled to return for the Board of Regents meeting at 11:30. So everyone, thanks for your committee work today. See you at 11:30.
Thank you.
Okay, we're looking for all the smiling faces on screen here. Wonderful. Thank you. Great, thanks. And Kyle, are we back on?
We are.
Great. Okay, everyone. My name is Jeanette Ramos, and I am here to welcome you to the Washington State University Board of Regents meeting, which will now convene on May 7th, 2026. This is our regular meeting. And just for context, earlier today, we went through all of our committee meetings. Before we get started, for the record, I would now ask Tracy Jordahl to take a roll call of the regents.
Thank you, Chair Ramos. When I call your name, please say present. Brett Blankenship.
Present.
Marty Dickinson. Present. Amina Hussein. I see you.
Present. Yeah.
Tracy Klein.
Present.
Doug Pika. I see you, Doug. Jen Ramos.
Present.
Lisa Shower.
Present.
Howard Wright.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Tracy. The Board of Regents welcomes public comment at our meeting and will now hear from those who have submitted a request to make a public comment. If you wish to make a public comment at a future meeting, you may do so by submitting an online request at regents.wsu.edu or emailing regents@wsu.edu or reaching out to the board assistant, Tracy Jordahl. The next scheduled opportunity to address the board will be during the board retreat on June 11th, 2026. Today, the board will neither discuss nor debate topics raised in public comment. This is not because the board does not value our commenters' perspectives, but because the board wishes to discuss or debate topics at a time when the public is notified that such discussions will occur. Regents may ask clarifying questions of those providing comment. When your name is called, the moderator will unmute you. After you finish your comment, you will be returned to mute. So for today, I believe we have 6 who have signed up to share their perspectives. Before you do address the regents, please take a moment to introduce yourself. And Tracy, I will turn it over to you to help us with the logistics of our commenters.
Thank you. The first commenter today is Corrigan Gomminger.
Good morning, Regents, President Cantwell, and Chancellors. My name is Corrigan Gomminger. I use he and him pronouns. I'm a global Coug, currently majoring in social science with concentrations in administrative studies, history, and political science. In reviewing the board materials, it is difficult to make contracts, but there are cuts from both totaling in the tens of millions of dollars, and awards and proposals are down 25% compared to last year. The regents were assured that the athletics department was preparing a financial sustainability plan with the hiring of the new football coach, a position that gets paid 46 times more than a full-time Wazoo English professor who has been here for over 15 years and currently has over 300 students. Considering the revenue reductions and the undetermined fiscal future of the athletics department, I was surprised and disappointed by the actions of the regents at the last board meeting approving the $20 million transfer to athletics. According to other endowed professorships at Wazoo, this $20 million could have been invested in 20 to 40 different professorships, which surely would have improved academics. The March President's Report indicates that research is Wazoo's most powerful reputational asset and not athletics. During the presidential listening sessions on the global campus, the students were concerned about affordability, faculty accessibility, attentiveness in classroom size, course quality, especially outdated content, and impersonal classroom experience. It is hard to imagine that these concerns could have been partially alleviated with the $20 million. Focusing on these students' requirements will be key for retention and prospective transfer student interest. In the future, I strongly encourage the Regents to reject proposals to invest in athletics initiatives over academics. According to President Cantwell at the listening session, athletics are considered marketing and branding strategic initiatives. This is too high a price to pay for marketing and branding, especially considering that most of the athletes that start at WSU don't actually graduate or consider WSU their alum. I further encourage the Regents to pass a resolution to cancel their April resolution, transferring the $20 million to offset the athletic shortfall until a comprehensive sustainability plan is developed that doesn't increase costs to student attendees. Thank you again for this opportunity, and thank you for your volunteer service to WSU, especially student.
Thank you.
Thank you, Corrigan. We appreciate your perspective. Tracy, who do we have next in the queue?
Yes, the next speaker will be Maggie Wisniewska.
Is Maggie here with us?
Yes. Can you hear me and see me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Maggie Wisniewska, and I'm a resident of Washington and a science policy advisor with People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. Washington State University recently made the compassionate and forward-thinking decision to cancel the terminal laboratory portion of its equine surgery course. That decision followed serious concerns raised by veterinarians, students, alumni, and tens of thousands of members of the public. WSU showed meaningful leadership and a commitment to modern veterinary education. As the university reviews its veterinary curriculum, I urge you to apply that same leadership in the institution's junior surgery laboratory, which continues to harm and kill goats. Veterinary students are training for a profession grounded in healing, protecting life, and relieving suffering. Asking them to injure and kill healthy goats runs directly counter to those foundational values. These animals are not patients in need of care. They are being used as disposable tools solely to be cut into or killed, which undermines the very purpose of veterinary medicine and risks desensitizing students when such training should instead be fostering clinical compassion. Across the country, veterinary schools have moved away from terminal animal laboratories toward high-quality simulators and supervised clinical training with actual patients who benefit from treatment. These humane methods allow students to build skills through repetition, gain confidence, and develop strong ethical judgment without killing healthy animals. Continuing to use goats in terminal laboratories is inconsistent with the direction of modern veterinary education, which increasingly emphasizes training methods that protect animal life while preparing students for real clinical practice. As WSU continues to review its curriculum, I hope the university would permanently prohibit the use of goats and other healthy animals in terminal laboratories and instead use need-based clinical care teaching methods that permit procedures only in the animal's best interest. Thank you for your interest and consideration.
Thank you, Maggie. We appreciate your perspective.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Loria Cottingham. I'm not seeing that she's on the screen. All right, we will move on to the next speaker, who is Rose Maliki.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Rose, and I'm a PhD student and VP of the GPSA. I'm here to advocate for structural changes so that future students do not experience what I did. Over the past year, I raised repeated concerns about gender-based mistreatment, microaggressions, and abusive behavior at the GPSA. These concerns were documented, witnessed, and shared, but ultimately not meaningfully addressed. This is not just about one case. Excuse me. It It is about how our systems respond to harm. One key issue is how cases are evaluated. When incidents are reviewed in isolation, context is lost. A single case may seem inconclusive, but when similar concerns arise across different settings, they form a pattern, and patterns matter. If multiple individuals raise related concerns, but each case is assessed separately, the system may fail to recognize what is actually happening. So I ask, how many patterns are currently invisible because our processes are not designed to see them? A system that cannot detect patterns risks dismissing valid concerns, not because they lack merit, but because they are fragmented. I respectfully request 3 actions. First, conduct an anonymized review of gender-related cases handled by CCR and Center for Community Standards, including timelines and outcomes. Second, ensure investigators and student affairs staff receive required training in recognizing microaggressions, gender bias, and power dynamics. Third, establish mechanisms to identify patterns across cases while maintaining confidentiality. We often speak about community values. I'm asking us to ensure that our systems reflect those values in practice. Thank you so much for your time and your leadership.
Thank you, Rose, for taking the time today to share your perspective.
Our next public commenter will be Zahara Cotaverdi.
Yes. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Zahra, and I'm a graduate student, researcher, instructor, and a student leader at Washington State University. I'm speaking today because over the past year, I experienced a leadership environment within GPSA that became increasingly hostile, exclusionary, and psychologically unsafe for women. This was not limited to disagreements or differences in leadership style. It involved repeated patterns of dismissing women's concerns, excluding women from communication and decision-making, mocking women publicly, and responding differently to women who raised procedural or policy concerns. After concerns were formally reported, many of us experienced retaliation-like behaviors and an even more hostile climate. Women leaders were interrupted, talked over, ignored in emails, publicly undermined, and treated as if professionalism and accountability were personal attacks, rather than part of governance responsibilities. What concerns me most is the impact this environment had on students. Serving in student leadership should not come at the cost of a student's well-being, academic success, or the sense of safety. Yet many of us began experiencing severe anxiety, stress, headaches, fear before meetings, and emotional exhaustion simply from participating in spaces we were supposed to serve the university community. I ask the university to recognize that harm is not always loud or obvious. Sometimes it appears through patterns of intimidation, exclusion, humiliation, and power dynamics that slowly push people out of leadership spaces. I respectfully ask WSU to strengthen accountability systems, improve protections for students who report concerns, and ensure that leadership environments are safe, equitable, and professional for everyone, especially women and marginalized students. Our university's values should not exist only in policy language. Students should be able to feel those values in practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Zara.
Right, our final public commenter will be Satahiria El-Bakaski. Sorry about the pronunciation. And I'm not seeing that this requester is on screen.
Okay.
That is the last request.
Thanks, Tracy. And just to play back what I've heard, we received comments today on funding priorities in the context of everything going on in the university, animal safety, gender safety, all of these perspectives. We respect and appreciate very much all of you taking the time and together with leadership of Washington State University. We mean to follow up and make sure that we understand the concerns even further. So thank you. Next, we're transitioning into our reports from leadership. And as the chair, I will be providing a report regarding our Regent activities. And before I do that, I do want to just thank my fellow Regents for the continuing devotion of significant time, which we have all said and recognized as volunteer. Our dedication and commitment to civic duties is what motivates many of us, if not all of us. And so we not only in these meetings show up in different spaces throughout the state of Washington, and Regents take time to actively engage with our stakeholders on all levels and across the system within the institution. We demonstrate our strong commitment to the university's academic excellence, our student experience, and the enduring Cougar spirit. So it's really a deep sense of gratitude that I share the activities today that really highlight what I believe are a testament to our commitment. And so here's the report. On March 10th, I was asked by the Administrative Professional Advisory Council to be a guest speaker. The university also on March 12th held its inaugural Global Summit focused on artificial intelligence, and our Regents participated virtually throughout this two-day event. Regent Pika attended the College Success Foundation's Empowering Youth Luncheon on March 9th, where the program partners with public schools and community colleges work together for Washington State students to prepare for college and complete a degree. That same day, I attended an event for WSU alumni at Boeing, celebrating the relationship and partnership between education and industry. And on March 21st, I joined Regents Blankenship, Regent Pika, and Regent Hunt as the Board of Regents hosted two tables at the Seattle Night with Coug Athletics, which is a fundraising event that supports the Cougar Athletic Fund. Regents Klein, Regent Pika, and Regent Wright attended the Association of Governing Boards Trusteeship Conference, joining presidents and board members from across the nation to learn more about changes in higher ed and share best practices and forward-looking strategies. Regents Blankenship, Regent Dickinson, Regent Pika came to the Pullman campus on April 6th to attend the Murrow Symposium Family Reunion to honor Hall of Fame inductees and the WSU Alumni Achievement Award recipient. And on April 17th, Regent Wright attended the ARCS All Scholarship Celebration, which honored University of Washington and Washington State University scholars who are completing degrees in science, engineering, math, technology, and medical research. On April 20th, Regent Blankenship attended the press conference announcing John Harlow as our WSU Athletic Director and returned to Pullman on April 25th to attend the Crimson and Gray Spring Game. Regent Hussein, who also serves as chair of the Student Regent Recommendation Committee, met with the committee on April 25th and 26th to conduct interviews and develop a slate of candidates for the next student regent. This slate will be forwarded to the governor for final selection. And starting tomorrow, the regents will begin their travels and join President Cantwell in participating in the WSU commencement ceremonies across the state. Amidst all the regent work, we received devastating news on April 25th. A longtime civic leader and fellow regent, Sam Hunt, passed away. Regent Hunt brought decades of experience in public service, education, and leadership to this board. His wisdom and his guidance will be missed. A commendation has been prepared to recognize Regent Hunt for his service, which I would like to read now. And at the conclusion of this, I will ask for a vote to adopt the resolution. Whereas Sam Hunt, a proud alumnus of Washington State University and a lifelong champion of public education, dedicated more than 5 decades to public service, civic leadership, and the strengthening of democratic institutions in Washington State and beyond. And whereas Sam Hunt served the people of Washington with distinction as a teacher, a member of the Pasco City Council, a staff member for the United States Senate Appropriations Committee, and in numerous leadership roles within the state government, including service in the Washington State House of Representatives and the Washington State Senate, where he was widely respected for his integrity, his civility, and thoughtful leadership. And whereas after retiring from the Washington State Legislature in 2024, Governor Jay Inslee appointed Sam Hunt to the Washington State University Board of Regents, fulfilling what his family described as a lifelong dream to serve the university that shaped his values and his career, and where he brought wisdom, humility, and a profound commitment to Washington State University's land-grant mission. And whereas Regent Hunt was steadfast in his support of students and public higher education, understanding the transformative power of access, opportunity, and civic responsibility, and leaving a lasting legacy reflected in the establishment of the Sam Hunt Memorial Scholarship at Washington State University. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Regents of Washington State University honors and memorializes Sam Hunt for his extraordinary life of service, his distinguished contributions to the university and the state of Washington and the nation, and his steadfast belief in the power of education and democratic governance. And be it further resolved that the members of the Board of Regents, speaking on behalf of the entire Cougar community, extend our deepest condolences to Regent Hunt's family, his friends and loved ones, and express our profound gratitude for the lasting legacy he leaves at Washington State University and in public life. This commendation is being presented now to the Board of Regents for adoption. I move that the Board of Regents adopt resolution number 260507-752. Is there a second?
Second.
And at this point, any comments or discussion? Regent Shower.
I had the opportunity to be the board chair when Regent Hunt was appointed, and I can say with confidence his enthusiasm and his eagerness to serve just was so obvious from the very first moment that he joined us. And he joined us during a time period where we were about to hire our new president. So his very first meeting with us was in January in Vancouver, where we engaged in interviewing candidates for the most important role at WSU. And I think that we went through that process with his insight and expertise to make the choice that we did, which we're very proud of. And we certainly are so grateful for his leadership in that moment, especially having not had any runway whatsoever, and just really jumped right in and really helped us. I had the opportunity last week to be at the Hawaii State Legislature, where we have 2 WSU alumni that serve in the state Senate. And Senator Tim Richards actually said something on the floor of the state Senate, honoring and really recognizing Sam's contribution, not only to Washington State, but across our entire region, having mentioned that Sam's influence in strengthening institutions of governance really was so incredibly impactful. So it is a great loss to have Regent Hunt not serving with us, and I certainly wish he and his family peace through this time, and just wanted to say how much I've appreciated his leadership on this board.
Thank you, Regent Shower. Any other comments or discussion?
Jen?
Regent
Is it
Pico.
on?
Yes.
Thank you. One of our pillars of our mission is service. And I can't think of anyone who embodied what WSU is about and what a life can mean of service than Sam Hunt. He embodied that. And I did not know him before he came on. I knew him by reputation. And I think when I think of Sam, I think about he would be telling us stories about his own student life here back in the 60s, or I'm in Spokane right now where there are pictures of Sam. As we were lobbying for a medical school, Sam was so centric to that. When we were in Olympia just recently, a few months ago, I had 2 or 3 people ask me about Sam, how he was doing, his impact there. He had this deep, deep passion for athletics. He attended all these events. And I think, just as a regent, his presence was felt, his voice, and we're going to miss him. I'm going to miss him.
Regent Hussein.
I also wanted to touch on maybe the experiences that even students shared with Sam when he came to Olympia. It was 7 a.m. and he got the whole crowd riled up saying, "Go Cougs." He is the most proud Coug that I've ever met in my entire life. And in every single board meeting, he never fails to crack a one-liner or a joke that just kind of alleviates some of the stress that comes with being in such a high position. And so I really want to take this moment to send my condolences to his family. He was an absolutely amazing leader, a phenomenal advocate, and an amazing colleague.
Thank you. Regent Blankenship.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In times like this, we often reflect of the land grant mission and the kind of students we graduate. And Sam personified that through an entire lifetime. And we not only owe him thanks for the tremendous service and influence on all of us on the board, but what a loss in the public discourse space in our state politics and the lifetime in the state legislature. And one of the highest tributes I can think of is his positive influence and attitude wherever he was. And even though we're all sad today, as we talk about him, we're all smiling because of the joy he spread amongst all of us. And I want to carry that forward with him. The best tribute is all of your friends that carried part of you with you the rest of their lives. And I can't think of a higher honor than to have had the opportunity to serve with Sam. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Blankenship. Words that can't express enough our sadness and our gratitude. With that, we're going to go for a vote on this resolution. And for those in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
And those against? Okay, we will pass the resolution and bring Sam with us forward.
Thank you, Chair Ramos. That was very thoughtful.
Now, to pivot our emotions here for a moment, which it was really tough to go from just sadness to, at this point, celebration. And we're here to also acknowledge and pause for a moment to celebrate Regent Hussein. And she has been an impressive and powerful student regent. And she will be attending her last board meeting here shortly. Student regent terms are only for 1 year, and the time passes away so quickly. A commendation has also been prepared to recognize Regent Hussein for her leadership in representing WSU students, which now I will read. And at the conclusion, we'll also ask for all of the regents to adopt the resolution. So, whereas on July 28th, 2025, Governor Bob Ferguson appointed Amina Hussein as a student regent of Washington State University, and whereas on June 30th, 2026, Regent Hussein will complete her term on the Board of Regents with distinction. And whereas Regent Hussein approached her role with deep thoughtfulness, demonstrating an unwavering commitment to ensuring that all students were represented in university decision-making. And whereas Regent Hussein demonstrated extraordinary advocacy on behalf of Washington State University students and amplified the student voice at every opportunity, actively engaging with students, listening to their concerns, and skillfully communicating their perspectives to all of our leadership. Whereas Regent Hussein championed efforts that strengthened student representation, working to ensure that student perspectives were not only heard but meaningfully integrated into university decisions and priorities, thereby demonstrating trust between students and the administration. And whereas Regent Hussein brought insight, authenticity, and a strong sense of purpose to every discussion, representing the university with remarkable poise. Whereas Regent Hussein demonstrated exceptional leadership as chair of the Student Regent Recommendation Committee for the 2026-2027 term, helping to ensure a strong and representative continuation of the student voice on the board, and also served as a valued member of the Board of Regents Academic and Student Affairs Committee. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Amina Hussein will be commended for her outstanding advocacy, dedication, and service to Washington State University and to the Board of Regents. And be it further resolved that the members of the Board of Regents of Washington State University, speaking on behalf of the entire Cougar community, acknowledge with sincere gratitude and appreciation the contributions of Amina Hussein and wish her success in all her future endeavors. This commendation is being presented now to the Board of Regents for adoption. I move that the Board of Regents adopt resolution number 260507-751. Is there a second?
Second.
At this point, I'd like to pause for a discussion. Any comments?
I will. I just wanted my first year on the board, and a pleasure to work with Regent Hussein. You certainly raised the bar for the questions asked. So thoughtful. I wish I had thought of many of the questions that you asked. And I just also hope that your greater family is somehow watching this accommodation for you. Well deserved. It's been a pleasure and an honor to serve with you. I hope it doesn't end here.
President Cantwell.
Yeah, I would like to just piggyback for a minute on listening to all of you talk about Regent Hunt. Amina, you are the the other end of the service discussion, meaning how we hope that all of our students leave WSU is with a sense of service. And when they see someone like you performing in this role, we know that it's possible no matter how old you are. And so I just want to commend you for living the reality of what it means to be of service to your fellow students.
Thank you, President Cantwell. Provost Chris Riley Tillman.
So just two or three comments to start. I mean, the student region is such a unique position. Amina's navigating, finishing her degree, which is a thing. I mean, that's an awful lot of work. I mean, this is finals week, and we're in a board meeting. Concurrently looking to her next steps, which is significant. Somehow ubiquitous at almost every event I'm at on campus. And so I don't know, I'm not sure how that works exactly, but I don't think I show up to any student-facing event and Amina's not there. If there's an award and she gets it, and there were several of those this year, the response is one that I will remain significantly envious of. Never had that before. You've just done an incredible job this year. I mean, it's a difficult position to navigate, and you've done a fantastic job both really advocating for the students and sometimes pushing me a bit. But also, I think working hard to help students understand the other side and the broader views and the viewpoints. And that can be a very difficult thing to do. These are your friends. These are the people that you're with on a daily basis. These are the people who you'll have lifelong friendships with. And I've just been so impressed this year. I can't, I can't say anything else. And yeah.
Thank you. Regent Blankenship.
Yes, and pardon my distraction. I have a HVAC person who was supposed to be here 2 hours ago, so I have. But Amina, it's been a delight serving with you. And what other people may not have noticed is we were often seated together at the Regent meetings, so she had to put up with an old man farmer talking artificial intelligence and new technology and all the things that means and what I do for a living. And she put up with it quite splendidly and played along. But President Cantwell and Regent Dickinson have seen this. I took on a new hobby related to my farming, and I run a 3D printer often at night making farm parts. But when we were all together last,
of course,
honoring Ana Cabrera at the Murrow Symposium, I gave Ana a gift, and I'm going to give you one like it. I mean, I'll try to put it on camera. A little piece of old crimson to take with you, and it'll light up on your desk, and I'll bring it to you at graduation. And I just wanted you to see it today to honor you for putting up with me all this time. So God bless, and thank you for serving.
Thank you, Regent Blankenship. Okay, at this point,
Jen, could I say something?
Sorry.
This is Doug.
Speak up.
Well, it's hard to top what Brett just showed. Brett, that was really nice. Amina, when I went to write a note about you, just without thinking, it was what a talent you are.
Mm-hmm.
And you have such grace, and you're so thoughtful, so smart. Sometimes I listen to you and I think, I could never have done that or said that at that time when I was in school. And maybe never will, but you are just unbelievable. And I'm so excited for your next chapter. Thank you for serving.
Regent Hussein.
Sorry, I have a vacuum or my roommate's vacuuming, so please ignore that. The college life truly, but I just wanted to thank you all and thank the governor and the state of Washington for entrusting me with this phenomenal opportunity. I mean, the lessons that I carried, that the board has given me, I know will absolutely carry into my life as I try to pursue politics. The other side of the board that a lot of people don't know is that we are board members, absolutely. But some of the board members here have become my colleagues and my friends. And I'm so honored to have been a board member with specifically Regent Hunt, who consistently told me stories of DC and propelled me to pursue an education in the district. And I also wanted to take a moment to thank Regent Showers and Pika, Dickinson, Ramos, the entire board from supporting me, not only in my success within the board, but just in life. And so if any student wants to partake or pursue a position like this, you have 10 other board members who are fierce advocates for you right when you step into this position. So again, I really wanted to take a moment to thank you guys and also say that I will be pursuing higher education at Georgetown this fall. So thank you guys for your support. And yeah, Washington State will see me though. I will be back.
Wonderful.
So at this point, we'll take a vote on the resolution. Those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
And any against say nay. Thank you. The resolution passes. So before I turn the floor over to President Cantwell for her report, I would also like to express our gratitude for her leadership. It's been over a year now since she joined us at Washington State University, and I couldn't be more proud and grateful. I know she's on mute trying to interrupt here, but I'll just repeat the word ubiquitous because she is all over the place. Advocating for Washington State University at a level that I know that we're so grateful and proud for. And she has brought back a level of professionalism and accountability and transparency that we just so appreciate. So with that, I'll turn it over to President Cantwell for her report.
Thank you, Regent Ramos. As usual, the president's report is in your onboard and also available to the public. I am not going to read the whole thing, but I will go through it and highlight some of the things that I would really ask that you pay attention to. First and foremost, just to synthesize my own experience of Regent Hunt, I could not imagine a human being who embodies a legacy of service more than Regent Hunt. And that is what we do. That's what Cougs do. So I am, I guess, having only been here for a year, grateful for his service and the ability to see. We're approaching the spring semester. We are continuing to focus on redesigning our system. I'll talk a little bit about some of the landmark things that we've done there. The landscape across the state is changing economically, demographically. There are real differences in expectations that are placed on public research institutions in terms of how we deliver economic value. This university has to be structured to respond proactively to all of those changes. And for those of you that have been here with me on the Regents for a year, it's a lot of work. And I just want to thank you for your continued leadership and governance. and hold on, because we are still on a really fast moving train. So as usual, I report across the enterprises on the academic enterprise led by Chris Riley-Tillman, who is provost and EVP. There are some key initiatives I really want you to take note of. These are things we have already accomplished in this world where we have set up a redesign process and we have said we are going to change. We are also in the process of changing. We have massively increased our retention efforts and focused on system enrollment. The National Institute for Student Success, I think, coming from Georgia State University, has conducted a comprehensive evaluation of our system-wide student success efforts. That means if you are a student and you have come to WSU, you have enrolled, we have an obligation. It is really a land grant obligation to make sure that you succeed, meaning you get out of here with a degree, with a certificate, with whatever you came to us for. And so Chris and his team have been really focused on increasing first year retention and transfer student enrollment throughout the system. Again, the land grant promise is not just for people who are between the ages of 17 and 25. It is a promise that extends throughout the lifetime of people in Washington who want the education that we deliver. Chris's team also, and thank you, codified workload policy that is now published in the faculty manual. That happened in January. This follows a really significant and effective collaboration between the president's offices, the colleges and departments, the faculty senate to beta test and then promulgate a new workload policy. And I, for one, am enormously grateful for that. A university data dashboard is currently being evaluated. You heard me maybe talk a little bit about that in KPIs, but we are close to a university dashboard that identifies trends and patterns, really focused on support of students, that allow us to integrate information faster into our strategic planning, our annual financial planning, our change management, et cetera. On the finance and operations side, and these are activities led by EVP Brunelli. There's so much to report. I'm just going to just say two things. One is a remarkable team. Never fail to let them know that you appreciate the work they're doing, because it is the bulwark of everything that we are trying to do going forward. So that team led a 34-unit budget hearing process and concluded those deliberations with a senior management set of meetings to develop the 2027 operating budget. They're preparing for the state biennium 2027-2029 biennium request. See the good things here. Let's say real estate just completed negotiations of contract work with Seattle Children's Hospital for new WSU space in Seattle. You'll see and hear more about that. We are just getting that set up now. The important thing to know there is that we are in Seattle because so many of our alumni are there, and so many people who matter for the future of the state are there. This is not some elegant space. It is workspace, and we will be doing work there, and we hope that you will come and meet with us there. Let's see. Information Technology Services is working with the Office of Research to complete the Cybersecurity Maturity Model certification. For those of you that have had alarm bells go off over the last 2 or 3 years about cybersecurity, this process allows us to do very specific work for the federal government in a number of areas that have been really important to this university's research enterprise. It also, by the way, hardens our own cybersecurity posture and makes us much more resilient. So huge kudos to that team. And then construction of both the Schweitzer Engineering Hall and the USDA facility continue on schedule. Neither has been, finally sort of open doors, but they are so close. And if you have a chance to do a tour, but the Schweitzer Engineering Hall, I know that one, formal open house will be in September. Our credit rating, kudos to Leslie's team. In February, Moody's Ratings issued a new credit opinion affirming WSU's AA3 rating with a stable outlook. That's really good for us. And I can't tell you how important the work that Leslie's team is to Moody's or any ratings agency's perception that we know what we're doing and we are a stable, financially stable organization. Administrative operations and institutional affairs, a couple of progress and operational milestones on the system-wide redesign. That team, the co-design team, which is about 25 to 30 of our leadership from across the university, has begun phase 3 of the 4-phase project. Recently completed the 3rd and final design workshop. So basically, we are looking at options now. So we collected data, we analyzed the data, we're looking at options, and we should see, not sure this says, but within the next 2 to 3 months, a report out on what some of those options are. A reminder, once that's done, we will let the regents know what our criteria for change will be. So that'll be a formal decision memo. We will then apply those criteria to these options. After that, we will wait and see what next year's budget brings to WSU. And as soon as we know what that budget is, we will take the criteria and the options, and we will put in front of the regents and the public what changes we will be beginning to make. A reminder for all of you that I just ended my last listening session. Actually, I might do a couple of specialized ones. Companies and communities have asked for specialized listening sessions, but I've been undergoing my own listening session process throughout this year. And a reminder, those were structured sessions. They slot right into the redesign process around 5 questions. First, and we bring people together in groups of students, faculty, staff, community. Identify the greatest opportunities to modernize educational delivery models to meet the needs of future students. We're asking people to look out 10 years. Recognizing external societal shifts and internal structural risks, what are the things that could derail institutional progress? Define core values and unique characteristics of the Cougar community. From a system-wide perspective, although we've also asked our individual, for instance, our global campus community, which does not have a physical location. What are the research challenges that should define us, our national and global reputation over the next decade? And I'll tell you, I am so proud of our students because they have really incredible thoughts about that research value, even the undergraduates. And we've asked every group to, what is that one thing that you think should define WSU for the next decade? It's a hard thing to ask, but we've gotten remarkable uptake there. So I'll have an analysis of listening sessions alone. I'm hoping done by kind of the beginning of August. We've also launched community breakfast series here in Pullman, where I am today. I am not in Pullman all that often, to fortify the strategic bridge between WSU Pullman and Pullman and Whitman County. And we get about 25 to 30 community members once a month, and we talk about topics. We also present data. We've talked about economic drivers around enrollment. We've talked about infrastructure, housing, and quality of life, things like that. We've talked about system transformation. And the next time we meet for a breakfast, we will actually have a specialized version of the listening sessions that we go through with our Pullman community members. On the Cougar Athletics Enterprise, I think I'll highlight 3 things. One is I am delighted that John Harlow accepted the permanent position of athletics director. Why? He is the man for the moment. He provides stability, clear leadership, clarity of purpose, and long-term strategic direction. We have, so this is in athletics now. Strategic financial roadmaps have been developed informed by independent analysis, so not just internal look. We have brought consultants to the table who have more data about what's going on nationally. And that's been hugely valuable. And then we're looking at targeted investments in revenue generation capability. As you know, what we have said is because the Regents requested that we move $20 million into the athletics budget this year, that is a 1-year buy so that we can build our revenue generating capacity to fill that gap. And that includes philanthropy, but not only philanthropy. So they have really been focused on investments in revenue generation capability. Our External Affairs and Government Relations Office, led by Glenda Becker-Fenter, has been hard at work. I really want to highlight the amount of support that I personally got for the work that we did during the 2026 legislative session in Olympia, really asking all of our legislators to understand the economic value of investments in WSU, including just our base budget. We had the opportunity to demonstrate our economic value, demonstrate our community benefits. We mobilized WSU's campus advisory councils as this unified coalition of stakeholders to really show what our community benefits are. And the outcome was, I think, good for WSU. I'm not sure that next year will be an easy year budgetarily, but we went from a proposed really very large, in excess of $20 million cut in the governor's budget to about a $1.5 to $2 million actual cut. We still have to accommodate that, but it is much easier. It makes this year one where we can plan for change. Federal relations, I will just highlight the massive amount of activity that the Federal Relations in Washington, D.C. office has done around congressionally directed spending, also known as an earmark. We have new requests, so we have just achieved a $50 million request for the support of really modernized and AI-enabled aquaculture in the state of Washington. And our new requests include support to complete the hot cell facility on the Pullman campus, which is a big piece of our nuclear panorama going forward, meaning all the things we can offer through the hot cell facility really expand our capacity in nuclear research. Irrigation upgrades to the Prosser facility, funding to upgrade and implement card access and related systems for research infrastructure. Why is that important? The federal focus on research security means that we have got to do these kinds of things. Glenda and her team have been working with so many different entities on the west side in Seattle and Bellevue, also in Vancouver and Everett, out here in Spokane, in Washington, D.C., making sure that we are engaged in communities, we are engaged with community organizations. It has really been both remarkable and heartening to see how much we are welcome at the table. We are desired. We have benefits that have been, in some cases, missed by communities who are so happy to see us there. So thank you to Glenda and her team, reminding you her key metrics for these engagements are increased visibility of WSU programs and leadership, engaging WSU leadership with elected officials, community leaders, and policymakers to highlight and amplify WSU's impacts, and to showcase WSU's research strengths to inform policy conversations and create opportunities to amplify our strengths. On the marketing and communication side, again, kudos. Pam's team does a remarkable amount with not a lot of people. We have, I'm going to use language that is really specialized to marketing and communication, but net sentiment, that is positive sentiment towards WSU, has improved by 14 points over the last year. We are far more engaged in the national conversation. Media coverage has increased by 36% year over year. Our March earned media alone delivered 1.5 billion reaches across 9 public sentiment releases. Our top stories include cannabis intoxication disrupts many types of memory. AI gets a D, a study showing that inaccuracies and inconsistencies in ChatGPT answers do not help, and some solutions to that. And then scientists discover bee species that depends very specifically on a Texas shrub. As many of you know, we are not only well known for bee research, but the devastation of bee populations globally is driving massive amounts of food insecurity. This team is also working very hard with enrollment management on many aspects, but I'll highlight the It's Go Time enrollment campaign. It's been highly effective in moving prospective students from awareness of WSU to action through this critical enrollment decision window. And I will just say that it's been remarkably effective, and kudos to the team that put that together. And then we're really focused on expanding our digital engagement. I know you all know that, but our Instagram growth is really strong. Our social media growth and engagement continues to grow phenomenally. Our Facebook and LinkedIn. So on all platforms, we are growing engagement, and that is really what we've intended to do. In the research enterprise, Kim's team recently worked very hard to announce, review, and deliver awardees for the President's Big Ideas Initiative. These are teams that have to, big idea means big, so it's a fairly large-scale award. We selected 10 teams. You cannot get this award if you are a single person or even in a single college. You must be multidisciplinary. You must demonstrate the capacity for large impact. And if you are interested in who the awardees are, go to the research webpage and look for PBII awardees, and you'll be able to see who all the awardees are. Kudos to all our awardees. And this is the first of many years in which we will do this to stimulate research. The other area where Kim and her team, Kim Christian and her team, have been really focusing is advancing partnerships for research. So as we see some weakness in the federal engagement in research enterprises, we are connecting with the Washington Research Foundation, Energy Northwest, Nucor, Micron, Schweitzer Engineering Lab, the UK Government Office in Seattle. These are entities that have come to us and are willing and interested in engaging in strategic partnerships for research. What's not on here is the Pacific Northwest Lab, which is a really committed partner of ours. Let's talk about foundation. I think I will highlight 2 things. One is massive gratitude to longtime supporters, Tom and Barbara Wilson, and first-time donor Barbara Stefanis for 2 gifts totaling $2 million to expand scholarship support at the Elson Floyd College of Medicine. I am so grateful for people like the Wilsons and Barbara Stefanis that not just put their money where their mouth is, would understand the incredible value of philanthropy right now in the history of WSU. And then I will say that for the, how many years in a row? 2nd year in a row, our annual Cougs Give, which was on April 15th, has raised over $1 million, more than 1,400 gifts, reflecting the collective power of the Cougar community. And my enormous thanks to all Cougs who stepped up on April 15th and gave. And that is the end of my report. I'm happy to field questions. Sorry to go so fast, but there's a lot of amazing things to report.
Any questions?
And you have much more detail in the actual written report.
Yes. Okay, so just to highlight once again, the comprehensive and expansive nature that's of the leadership required for Washington State University. We extend our gratitude to you, President Cantwell, not only for the just the enormous amount of energy that you are investing in WSU 24/7 and whatever geographic location we need you, but for role modeling the leadership that we need in the culture of Washington State University. Thank you.
Well, back at the Regents for incredible partnership. It's really important in this day and age. So thank you.
We are shifting then to our reports from shared governance groups. Our next updates will come from our university partners. And I will note here that each campus's associated students of Washington State University presidents or their appointee have already presented to the board. So we will not hear an update from that group today, but I would like to invite our Faculty Senate Chair, Chair Ken Roberts, to present first. This will be Ken's last meeting. I hesitate using your first name. I should call you doctor or something. But Chair Roberts, this will be your last meeting, and we extend our gratitude for your leadership as well. But please do share the Faculty Senate report.
Well, thank you, Chair Ramos. Appreciate that. And you can call me Ken anytime you want. It's perfectly fine. I answer better to that, in fact. And thank you to the Board of Regents for an opportunity to share from the Faculty Senate for just a few minutes. We have finished our cadence of biweekly meetings for the year, and we wrapped up our last meeting having pretty much cleared the decks of all the action items for the year. So we're carrying really nothing urgent into the summer months. That said, one of the actions that the Faculty Senate takes typically at their last meeting is to endow the steering committee of the Faculty Senate with the authority to make decisions should a decision need to be made. So we carry that into the summer. The other thing we do at the last meeting, of course, is pass the motion to approve those undergraduate and graduate students that are going to be awarded their degrees at the upcoming graduations in the spring, this Saturday and following, and also in the summer and in the fall. So that work was done. A couple of the updates, Provost Riley Tillman already touched on very nicely. We did approve a couple of degrees, the Masters of Science in AI for the Pullman campus and the Masters in Food Manufacturing for the global campus, as well as extending the Bachelors of Science in Computer Science to the Everett campus. And there was also approved a graduate certificate in health statistics. So some new offerings have passed and made their way through the Faculty Senate. Also touched on by Provost Riley Tillman were the changes of the faculty manual, where we did do some revisions to the Regents professor language, but most importantly, I think in the change is to create the position of laureate professor for our career track faculty. So this was very enthusiastically embraced by the Faculty Senate, passed, I believe, unanimously. So another great thing that happened this spring. Also, and this is all, most of this is on the handout that we handed in, the Faculty Senate exec went through and updated the bylaws for the Faculty Senate, which hadn't been done in a great long time. Most of that was just to clarify them and make improvements to the language. But one important new piece that we put in there, we updated the language for the faculty regent, inserting some language that basically said that the nominees for this position should have university level leadership experience so that they would be prepared, for the work of the faculty regent. And we think that's very important for all the nominees going forward. The last thing to touch on is we had a conversation across the year, kind of intensified in the spring, around the adoption of 90 credit bachelor's degrees. That that conversation started with some proposed amendments to our academic regulations that would allow us to offer those degrees. And when this was presented to the Faculty Senate, even though we had done a fair amount of messaging ahead of time of what these degrees would be, once the reality of actually changing academic regulations was presented, the faculty got very engaged with it, and we set those changes aside while we had some more input from the faculty on what these degrees are and perhaps what they are not, and how we would move forward on those. So the faculty the exec sent out a questionnaire, and we got feedback from about 90 faculty members on their thoughts and their input on where a 90 credit bachelor's degree would fit into the offerings at WSU. And I've summarized those findings in a blog that was published last month, and you can see that on the Faculty Senate's site. But basically, if I could sort of broad brush it, there was the obvious concern just right off the top that, of what it would mean to have a reduced credit bachelor's degree, and how would that affect existing bachelor degrees, and how would it affect enrollment and those sort of things. So those were all things that were pretty thoughtfully reflected back to us from the faculty. But as you look down into the comments, what you began to see is that faculty were beginning to think about how a 90 credit bachelor's degree would fit into new offerings from WSU that would meet particular needs. And I should point out that there's a lot of description around these potential degrees from our accreditor, the NWCCU, that these degrees would need to be accepted by the employing public that would receive these graduates, and also set these graduates up to be successful if they wanted to pursue graduate school and that sort of thing. So there's a lot that goes into the approval of one of these degrees. And then I guess the last thing I would say is there were a couple of sources of input that really pointed us in a direction of how some initial degrees might look. And so as we go into next year, I think this conversation will pick up and become much more meaningful as we move this proposal along. Those are the main items for updating from the Faculty Senate. This does conclude the work of the full Faculty Senate for the year. So I really want to give a shout out to those who helped me in this role. You only kind of like Amina, and by the way, Regent Hussein, congratulations on your year. The Faculty Senate Chair is also just 1 year, so you're probably experiencing a little what I did. You just learned the job and you're moving on, right? Well, in learning that job, a big shout out to the chair that comes before. So Tracy Klein has been a huge help and a mentor to me, and I really have appreciated her guidance. And also Christine Horn, who comes behind and who has done this job before. And I'm bookended by very experienced people, and I've really appreciated their help and their guidance, and there's many facets of the university and how it functions that I thought I knew, really didn't know at the level you need to know, and they've really helped to school me and all those things. Matt Huddleston also carries the institutional knowledge of our Faculty Senate and is a huge resource. And I guess I can't say enough about Beth Doyle, who's our administrator. And while I'm at it, the Faculty Senate gets support from the president and the provost, and we really appreciate that as well. And we appreciate the working relationship that we have with them. But for those who don't know, they actually provide some buyout time to our departments, so faculty can free up time to do this kind of service. So we appreciate that, and we appreciate the working relationship that we have with them. And I guess I would just say one more thing. This has been a really interesting and kind of uplifting meeting to attend. And I really sort of appreciate what is clearly visible from the outside, that the camaraderie that the Regents have amongst themselves. You guys make a great team, and you give a lot to this university. So a shout out to you, and thank you for the motions that were passed today. They were very meaningful, and the comments were amazing. So I've really appreciated being part of this these meetings for this past year.
Thanks very much, Ken. We'll miss you, and we'll see you around the system. And with that, our next report will be from the Administrative Professional Advisory Council, President Amy Robbins, who will share our update. By the way, congratulations on your reappointment, Amy. Are you out there? Can we hear you?
He's trying to talk, but
I see that.
yeah.
We can come back to you. Would you prefer that or come back? Okay, she's saying yes. All right, that means we get to put Desmond on the hot seat here. So let's see, I'll make sure Desmond's here. Good. Our report will be from the Graduate Professional Student Association's president, Desmond Abawaje, and he is here on screen. This will be Desmond's last report as well. Thank you for serving GPSA. Turning it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ramos. And tech can be a problem, so I can't prepare all the time, knowing that it can be my turn in time. I wanted to begin by also sharing that I know my colleagues are not here. The presidents from the ASWSUs are not here, but on our Teams page, the president, we have a Teams page. And when we heard the news about Regents Hunt, that became the topic. And I just wanted to briefly mention some of the comments that we shared within ourselves. The first thing that we said was, he was a great inspiration at Cook Day this year. Another president said, he was never not smiling while interacting with students. Another person said, I only met the man once, but he was so kind, definitely very saddened. And I kind of highlight this because on Cook Day, even the students, it was hard for us to mobilize ourselves to get there around 6:30, 7 a.m. It was so hard because we had just made a long trip. But by the time we got there, he was there already in the darkness, in the cold. And I think this is just a highlight that you've all spoken about, that this is what we want to follow. This is the inspiration that we want to follow. And so I am also happy that Amina has also received this commendation, because truly, she's also represented us really, really well. I have been to Cook Day 3 times, and usually that is where we interact with the student regents the most. And Amina's interaction was exceptional. It's like we have just redefined the student regent, and on the search committee, we made sure that Amina is the standard for the new person that comes in. So congratulations, Amina, and we are also proud of you. Now I will jump straight into my updates. The first thing is that I reported the last time I was here that I was meeting with the deans from the colleges, specifically talking about the recent changes to our online storage allocations. Again, graduate students, although we are not as many as the undergrads, it is a special group, and so sometimes our requests are a little bit different. And so it requires a little bit of attention. It's almost like having a minority group, and sometimes, some of the decisions does not apply or fits perfectly with us. And so I made sure to I met with at least 6 deans, and not all of them gave good responses, but I managed to achieve good responses from 2 deans, the dean for the College of Veterinary Medicine and her team, and the dean for engineering and his team. Both agreed that they are going to shift the baseline allocation for graduate students from 1 gigabyte to 10 gigabytes going forward. And this applies to all incoming students and existing graduate students within that college. And so this is good news for us. We hope that the other colleges can follow suit. I understand that these decisions are mainly based on financial capacity, and so I don't want to act as if I do not understand the challenges. I am trying to make sure that the deans know that this is something that is important to us, but of course the decision is still within their financial capacity. The second thing I want to report on is we partnered with the ASWSU in Pullman, and we went to Washington, D.C. to expand our advocacy. I reported the last time I was here that this year legislative advocacy was a priority for us. right from the beginning of the administration, I had a one-on-one meeting with my vice president for legislative affairs, and we defined what we wanted to achieve. The first thing was increasing the number of attendees at the Cook Day from graduate and professional students. And an easier approach was for me to speak to the executive board, which there is 11 of us. So I managed to get all the executive board members to attend Cook Day. And so together with the committee for legislative affairs itself, there's about 6, 7 people there that made up the 18 graduate students that attended Cook Day. And that made significant impact for us. We had 2 specific bills that were directed to graduate students, and both bills got to committee hearings. I testified myself together with my vice president on one that is specifically towards child care for graduate students. It did not move forward yet, but we still have a sponsor for that bill, and we are working on restructuring it and bringing it up again for next year. The vice president for legislative affairs is continuing, and so I am happy. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to see if we will be able to push this bill through. The last thing I'll report in terms of activity is that we, in line with our advocacy for food security, we made sure to also put some effort in that. And so what we did is we organized a fresh market event. Basically, we went to buy bags of groceries and we open it up on the mall for graduate and professional students to just come and shop. So you show your student ID, you get a GPSA branded bag, and you go through and pick groceries for free. There was almost everything, cooking oil, from tomatoes down to cooking oil to milk and chicken and eggs and everything. And it was just fantastic. And we could see students loved it. This was the first time that I saw students from the professional degrees actually line up picking groceries, and that was exciting for me. So I'm recommending that to the next team. Hopefully they can do that for graduate students because of the magnitude of the work, the research work, and so on. Most of the time, our biggest challenge is food security. So every event is about the food for graduate students, and I hope that the next team can take on from that. We have also successfully completed our election. We have a new president and vice president, and I brought the president here with me, like I mentioned the last time, so that she can get the opportunity to introduce herself to you. And I am going to hand over to her so she can also have a minute or so to introduce herself. Bronwyn?
Hi, thank you so much. Yeah, my name is Bronwyn Valentine. I'm a master's student. Well, I'm going to defend my thesis on the 14th, fingers crossed. But I'm a master's student currently in sociology. And I generally study like mental health, medical sociology, and the life course. And I'm really honored to have been elected president of GPSA for next year. And I'm really looking forward to leveraging my privilege and my position to make some change at WSU. As of right now, I have started meeting with my team. We've decided on committee assignments. I'm really confident that we have a great team for next year, and we're going to work really well together to collaborate and put some good ideas into motion. I kind of plan to refocus GPSA to prioritize our constituents a bit more and expand our visibility and presence on campus, and also to open up funds for projects that will directly benefit our constituents. And then so over the summer, I'm going to be assessing the budget, opening up those funds. I'm going to be identifying bylaw updates and amendments that we can do, and creating a structure for next year. And me and my team are really excited about a few initiatives that we've already been thinking about. So again, we want to expand visibility by focusing on events and outreach. My VP is really excited about a native food forest project, and I'm really passionate about a restorative justice program at WSU. So I'm currently working on a plan on how we can implement that in student misconduct, campus climate, and in the classrooms. And yeah, overall, those are kind of just like the general things going on in my head, but I'm really excited, I'm really passionate, and I'm really looking forward to getting working and advocating for graduate and professional students and collaborating with other organizations like our union, the other SGC organizations, and of course, you guys, the Board of Regents. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brodwin, and thank you, Desmond, and congratulations and thank you for all of your service for the graduate students. I think I see Amy back. And
can you all hear me now?
Hey, we can hear you.
Woo,
So
thank you, Desmond.
Okay.
Thank you, Desmond, for being along and ready to roll. So I apologize for my technical difficulties. Who knows what happened, but I had to restart Zoom this morning. I don't know. I've heard that's a big thing going around campus is everybody's having to restart their Zoom. So I apologize for the inconvenience. Yes, my name is Amy Robbins. I'm with the Administrative Professional Advisory Council. We are finishing up our year. I'm finishing up my first year as chair. And we just had our elections. I guess I should go in order of the slide here. What I'll start off with is that we, as Administrative Professional Advisory Council, have been doing an incredibly deep dive into our bylaws. That's something that has not been done in quite a while. We have a very great and active election and bylaw committee, which is wonderful. So they are taking each bylaw piece by piece and we're reviewing it. We're making needed changes. I'm sure you're aware of the process that, like what Dr. Roberts goes through and Desmond, we are all in a year appointment. And Regent Ramos said it. I feel like that once I just got my feet on the ground and I was feeling like I knew what I was doing, it's like, oh, wait, guess what? Your year's up. And I was like, oh man, I'm just learning this stuff. So there will be a little continuity moving into the next year as I was elected chair again for the AP professionals. So it's, it, as it changes every year, I think it loses some of that consistency. So we are really looking at restructuring those bylaws to maintain that consistency, making sure that all of our processes are in those bylaws. The chair responsibilities are completely lined out. I noticed in there that there was something about participating in commencement. I don't believe that's anything anybody's ever done. So we need to be able to update that, change it, and make sure that we are current. So that's been a really big undertaking. We are going to have our planning retreat in July, and that is our goal to get that completed. So our bylaws are revised and up to date moving into that next year for the 26-27 year. Like I talked about elections, we just had our annual elections. We reappointed 10 members. So we do have some of that consistency with 10 members on our council. We elected 2 new members. We have a new vice chair and a new treasurer, which I'm super excited to work with them. And then, of course, our previous vice chair and treasurer stay on as ex officio. So they will be helping us out as we move forward. We filled 2 council seats and 5 alternate positions that still need to be filled. So we will do a special election. However, all of our council seats are met, which is great because that's our voting body. Alternates are on for like a year membership, but they do not have voting rights. And so basically the council is intact and we're able to move forward. And, you know, like I said, when we have these bylaw votes, we have a full council to be able to work through those issues. We had a great, I think, spring of events. Regent Ramos came and joined us, as she shared earlier, and provided us a really great overview of her role and, of course, the significance of the Board of Regents with Washington State University. I know I learned some when you shared with us, and there were some great questions that were asked of you, and it was very wonderful to have you as part of that, part of our professional development series. So thank you very much. In April, we had Mayor Francis Benjamin, and he really hit on 2 things. was the role of the university and city partnership. He was actually a member of APAC and the chair for several years. And so he was able to bring just a great perspective and share. It was the Pullman Days of Service that were upcoming too. So it allowed him to be able to share information about being engaged in your community, how it improves community well-being, and it advances WSU's values of leadership, service, and civic engagement also. So we were lucky to have him be present. In April, it was also AP Appreciation Week. We had a EAP presentation on productivity and work style that was very well attended. We also did a professional clothing drive for the Cougar Closet. We did it on all of the campus locations. And I know we took at least 2 or 3 wagon loads down to the Pullman location. So if anyone was on here and donated professional clothes, thank you so much for that. They were in need of interview clothes, and some people brought them in bags, and some people just brought clothes. And there were so many beautiful dresses and suits. And one gentleman brought an entire suit on a hanger, which was so lovely. So the APs really showed up, and it was amazing to be able to help our students make that next step in their professional lives. And along with the Cougar Closet Clothing Drive, we did an AP awareness campaign. So it was on each of the campuses. If you were around Leidy a couple Fridays ago, you probably saw me working on my arm muscles, scooping some ice cream. We went through 10 gallons of ice cream or something like that. It was a crazy amount of ice cream, and handed out, I guess, 102 Ferdinand Sundays. So lots of happy WSU employees that day eating ice cream. And then on our other locations too, we provided cookies or treats or some sort of thank you for all of the APs. We also, in terms of our AP Appreciation Month, we are proud to honor 5 exceptional WSU AP employees. On May 12th, we will honor them at our monthly AP meeting. And of course, they were selected due to their outstanding contributions to the university. And when people are nominated, it definitely shares that link between what their role in is service at WSU and how that completes our land grant mission also. So I read through the nominees and when we're going to honor them, and great work done by all the people. So we are very excited to honor them on May 12th for their contributions. There will be people in Spokane too honoring the winners at the different locations. So making sure that we're honoring all of our APs across all of the locations is really, really important to us. It's not Pullman centric. We had a spring photo contest. So the winners will be announced May 12th at our APAC meeting also. I've just taken a peek because you are able to vote on those. Anyone can vote. You can go to our website and pick your top 4. I am just blown away every time we do this photo contest. People at WSU's photography skills, they are amazing, and we will hope again. I know Provost Riley Tillman asked last time, could we use those? And yes, those will be available for backgrounds at some point once they're vetted and approved and make it through all of the award process that it goes through. Yeah, I'm grateful for this first year being the chair of APAC. I learned so much, and I am excited to continue to move APAC into a voice for all APs and a group that hopefully leadership like you look to when you need information or support. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Amy. I really appreciate your positive energy and your flexibility this morning. Or we're already in afternoon. Let's see, our final update. I would like to invite Vice President for Advancement and CEO Mike Connell to provide the report for advancement, which encompasses both the foundation and the Alumni Association.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, everybody. It's nice to see you. Let me start by introducing our new WSU Alumni Association Board President, Rafael Perneda. Rafa, welcome. For those of you that have been tracking the Regents for a long time, he's a former student regent. So this is not his first time at the big table. Rafa, take it away and welcome.
Thank you, Mike, and good afternoon, everyone, and all Cougs. As Mike said, I'm Rafael Perneda, and it's truly an honor to be here with you today. I'm a proud Cougar, and WSU has been a part of my family's legacy. My mother attended WSU in 1970, and both my sisters graduated in the late 1990s with degrees in animal science and chemical engineering. I later followed in their path and graduated from WSU Pullman with a BA in history and comparative ethnic studies. My relationships with the university has shaped my personal and professional journey over the years, and I am privileged in serving WSU in many ways. As a WSU former ASWSU senator, student regent, and vice president of La Alianza de WSU, and as a staff member in multiple departments, including multicultural student services, recruitment, and advancement, as well as longstanding volunteer leadership with the Alumni Association. I'm a proud member of La Hermandad de Acuichli Macuili Tonatiuh, OMT, which is WSU's first and only Chicano Latino Aztec based brotherhood, which recently celebrated 30 years anniversary. And that legacy of brotherhood and service and belonging continues to guide me. Before we move forward, I just really quickly want to pause and recognize Tracy Kohler, who unfortunately couldn't be with us today as she's traveling to Pullman for her commencement duties. Tracy's leadership over the last year has been extraordinary, steady, generous, and deeply rooted in care for the Cougs and the association. Tracy, if you are listening later, we are grateful for you, and we carry forward the work that you so thoughtfully guided. I officially begin my term May 11th, and I step into this role with deep respect for the foundation laid by our board, volunteers, and staff. At its core, the WSU Alumni Association extends its strengthened lifelong Cougar connections, expanded meaningful engagement, and creates pathways that link students, alumni, and the university in many powerful ways. What you'll hear today reflects the mission and action across students, alumni, volunteers, and community throughout the state and beyond. In late April, we welcomed board members and alumni leaders from across the country to Pullman for our annual Volunteer Leadership Conference, a weekend of training, planning, and connection. And was it fun? This work continues to expand WSU reach nationally and ensures our volunteers feel supported, prepared, and connected to one another. A couple of quick items and impressions I'd like to share with you is number one, we had more faces than ever before. A lot of recent alumni made this trip over, and I think that speaks to the leadership that we were consistently had representing us. We also had the chance to recognize chapters and individual volunteers who are doing some absolutely creative and incredible engagement around the country. And most of all, the pride that I witnessed and heard was inspiring. We had the opportunity to meet with Pam, Alex, Athletics, Jean Dotson Peterson, and our amazing students. I was reminded why we do this and why our network is consistently ranked highly by the Princeton Review. You know, seeing representation from chapters as north as Alaska and as far south as Florida truly highlights the national reach and influence of our alumni community. This spring, the association partnered with the Academic Student and Career Center and presented the sponsorship with STCU to host the senior send-off toast and alumni launch at the WSU Alumni Center, also live streamed for global grads. This senior send-off and alumni launch event engaged close to 200 Pullman and global campus students and 7 colleges. This celebration wasn't just symbolic, it was meaningful, connected. Graduates with alumni leaders from across the country while helping us strengthen future engagement through updated contact and employment data. We were able to enhance institutional outcomes by collecting placement data and improving survey response diversity, resulting in a 25% survey completion rate that supported accountability, accreditation, and workforce analysis. For year 2, we plan to expand and institutionalize the event through broader campus collaboration, and we are proud to say that we hosted the Top 10 Senior Award, honoring more than 80 years of excellence across academics, athletic, service, and leadership, and in the arts. More details around these amazing students and the long-standing tradition can be found in your report. I personally recommended one of the students selected and attended the ceremony. If you can get the chance to meet any of these graduates, I highly encourage it. This year, we introduced the Grad Pack, a new discounted life membership with exclusive Cougar gear and a VIP experience pass to engage new graduates across the system. More than a benefit package, it welcomes you into the doorway into our alumni community. reinforcing pride, belonging, and long-term engagement from day one. We've had some new and fantastic virtual engagement over the last month, and I'd like to talk to you a little bit about that. Our first virtual conversation with Cougar Athletic Leadership connected more than 150 alumni and friends, generating over 3,000 social impressions in 24 hours, and raised several $1,000s from the Cougar Athletic Fund and NIL efforts from attendees just from that evening. We also launched Crimson to Career, a virtual panel series beginning with AI in careers and industry, drawing over 400 attendees and showcasing the power of alumni experience, expertise, and connection. Cougs Give, WSU's annual Giving Day, was a chance for our volunteer leadership to rally Coug Nation support. Throughout the day, Tracy Kohler's Cougar Memory Unlock Challenge generated more than 64,000 impressions across 70 plus posts on social media channels. Cougs shared their favorite WSU memories, with many sharing stories of graduation and university impact. A dedicated WSU AA giving link helped drive support to more than 20 university funds, from athletics to scholarships and to student support. By now, many of you have had a chance to read about the Cougar License Plate Program, recently recognized by the Seattle Times as the top collegiate plate in Washington. With $28 from every plate supporting scholarships, this program generated more than $640,000 last year alone for WSU students. The WSUAA promotes the license plate program, working closely with the Washington Department of Licensing. And this year, we have more to share about our marketing efforts and our results. So stay tuned. But on a personal note, I'm finally getting my own personalized plate this year after wanting one for many years. I have 2 custom name options selected in case my first choice doesn't work out. Executive Vice President Sandra Haynes even shared to me her top suggestion, and I may just use it if she doesn't hurry up and personalize her own card first. So I hope you're listening, Sandra. Get your plate. I challenge you to invest in your own personalized plate and represent WSU if you haven't already. We're excited to welcome Chelan Sellers out of Chelan, Washington, and led by Cougar winemaker Garrett Grubbs to our Cougar Collector Series as Cougar 13. The Cougar 13 release party in August will mark the first public release of this bottle and its inclusion in the Wine by Coug shipment. What most people call May, we at the Alumni Association call it Membership Appreciation Month. Thank you to each of you who support our efforts through your membership. I see you. This month, members will have a chance to shop at Nike, Columbia, and Adidas company stores. Members can attend WSU baseball games at a special member price and have a chance to win a very special pair of hand-painted Coug Nikes from acclaimed Seattle shoe artist Marcus Williams. This is a collab with our affinity partner, BECU, and you can also win some great prizes with Coug World and other games. I encourage you to take advantage of this fun month, and if you haven't yet joined, you're always welcome to reach out to me or Mariah or anyone from the team. This weekend, we'll again have representation from the Alumni Association Board at each commencement and our multicultural student graduation ceremony to welcome grads officially into the Cougar alumni family. Cougar Night at the Mariners returns July 19th with expanded pregame programming, enhanced opportunities for our recent grads, and a new reunion component. Get your ticket now and get your black Coug jersey. They're pretty cool. We're also proud to share more around 3 major affinity reunions that are happening in 2026. Kuama Alumni Society held their annual reunion around April's Palutz Pu'u Powwow in Pullman. Fantastic turnout and a special blanket ceremony to welcome our new alumni. La Alianza de WSU holds their biannual reunion and gala this July in the Tri-Cities, and the Black Alumni Reunion Weekend will be held around Apple Cup this fall in Seattle, Tacoma. These gatherings really strengthen belonging and celebrate heritage and reconnect alumni with one another and with our university. As I look ahead to this year, I'm filled with gratitude and excitement. Serving WSU has been a constant thread in my life, and from my time as a student regent to volunteering with the alumni and La Alianza to board leadership here with the WSU Alumni Association. Joining you here today and reporting on connection and action to this board is a powerful full circle moment for me. I know firsthand how much this work matters, how alumni connection can shape opportunity, belonging, and the future of our university. And I'm excited to work alongside this board, our volunteers, and our incredible staff to continue strengthening the lifeline Cougar connection and ensuring that every Coug sees a place for themselves in our community. Thank you for the time and place in this role and for everything that you do for WSU and our alumni. I'm honored to serve and ready for this year ahead. Gracias, and have a good one.
Thank you, Rafa, and again, welcome. I just want to reiterate a couple things. If you've not read the bios on the top 10 seniors, take a minute and do that. It is so inspiring to read about that group and appreciate the Alumni Association sponsorship of that program. And then the license plate thing, I finally got my personalized Cougar plate a couple years ago. It stumps about 80% of the people that see it. My helpful hint is it's better if you're in the car in front of me and look at your review, look in the mirror. It'll make perfect sense. The engineers have never figured out. The poets are quick to figure it out. So a little challenge for all of you. And just a huge thanks to all of our volunteers with the Alumni Association and the time that they're providing and the impact they're having. Again, we all know this, best in the West. You've seen the data. So in the spirit of volunteerism, again, thank you to our Regents for your continued service. I know as we're, well, let me pause and just acknowledge Regent Hunt's passing. My condolences to his family and everybody who grieves our loss. I am grateful for his service as a regent and his decades of additional public service. I know, Tracy, we do have a link to the Sam Hunt Memorial Scholarship, and please include that in the meeting minutes, if I may be so bold. The main meeting is always a meeting of transitions. I'll focus on you, Regent Hussein. I know others have already as well. I don't know how this would work, but if we were allowed to buy stock in young people, I'm in. I don't care about my asset allocation. Your future is so bright, and I'm so grateful for your service and look forward to future engagement as you endeavor on an amazing life in front of you. So thank you for all you've done for the students at Washington State and your service as a regent. Real quickly, transition to the day job part of things, if you will. As of this morning, donors have contributed $132.9 million to WSU this fiscal year. That's a really strong start to the year. We've got 7 weeks to go before the year wraps up. Our goal is 160, and so I feel really, really good and grateful for the support from our donors and the work of our team. And I've mentioned before, it's very much a team sport. It's not just development officers. It's often a dean, a chancellor, the connections that are made through the Alumni Association, advocacy from volunteers, et cetera. So really strong years to date. Transitioning to our endowment performance, the monthly number for February 28th, 902 million. First time we've ever crested 900 at month end. Of course, most of you know that shortly thereafter, the markets took a bit of a hit as a result of the war with Iran. I don't have March numbers final officially yet. It looks like we're down to about 858, 856, somewhere in there. We'll have official March numbers. And then, of course, the markets have rebounded since then. So I look forward to seeing how the endowment continues to perform. And I'm grateful for the investment committee's time and your time, Regent Dickinson, on that. The president and Rafa both talked about Cougs Give. Again, I spent part of my week last week looking at the roster of donors. It is so cool. So many of our donors to Cougs Give actually work at WSU, volunteer for WSU. You send thank you notes to people who live in Pullman. Students, we had a student from Global inspire 54 gifts. One student from the Global campus, and so the dollars matter for Cougs Give, of course, but its role, the day Cougs Give in expanding awareness of the power of philanthropy is out of this world. Rafa talked about that a little bit as well. So again, very successful year at Cougs Give. The president also referenced the two recent matches to medicine. I just want to provide a little bit more insight. Tom and Barbara Wilson, who I've known for years, they were really early ambassadors for when Dr. Floyd said we're going to do this. They said, how do we help? And so they've been affiliated with WSU a long time and the Floyd College. Their $1 million match specifically was for endowed scholarships for medicine. Barbara Stephanus, the other donor that the president mentioned, not a WSU alum, never been a donor to WSU. Libby Manthe, our lead director of development or development officer in the College of Medicine, is familiar with Barbara's prior investment in medicine, medical research, and medical care on the West Side. So Libby connected with Barbara, and Barbara's match is for current youth scholarships. So she put up $1 million. She was really inspired, and some of you remember this, but sometimes it gets lost in the wash. There's been significant changes to federal loan regulations in terms of Grad Plus loans and other caps on student financial aid. And so this is potentially devastating for students in med school and some of the other graduate programs. So that, Barbara wanted to help the students and inspire others to help students. And she is doing that, let me tell you. So great work by Libby and really fantastic. There's still some match space there for Barbara's. The Wilsons, we've hit the $1 million. It's overflowing. With Barbara's, we still got a little more room. So if you haven't supported current youth scholarships in medicine, 2 for 1. Another really cool gift that closed recently, an anonymous alumna, $1 million gift to support to establish a new endowment over in the College of Arts and Sciences, the Power of Arts and Sciences Endowed Fund. It's a flexible fund, expand student access and support services moving forward. It's intentionally broad in scope, which will give the college and the dean the ability to respond quickly and strategically to emerging needs. That flexibility is really important. CAS, you think about the breadth of CAS, just an amazing array of disciplines over there. We have for years encouraged our donors or prospective donors to make tax-wise gifts. So we've had decades of gifts of public stock, appreciated public stock mutual funds. This gift was a gift of an interest in a private investment. We've done little ones like that before. We've never done one at $1 million. And I really appreciate Terry Kelly, our counsel, Teresa Boyer, who leads our gift planning effort, then a lead director of development over in the College of Arts and Sciences, Claire Forster. That team working with the alumna's advisors, making finding a way to get this gift across the finish line. Very unique, fun gift, and incredibly impactful. So just some gifts to talk about. The president referenced the fireside chat next week. The invite list for that is our best donors. So we've got I think about 200 people signed up for the fireside chat. I appreciate your time, President Cantwell, in terms of making time. This is part of a revision to our donor relations stewardship, the benefit structure. A result of we hired Caroline Livingston, maybe a year ago, and she's in the midst of revamping donor relations and stewardship. So I think this will be a lot of fun. Thank you again, President Cantwell. So that's Monday. Later next week, our board will meet in Seattle. Again, we'll hear from the president. Pam will join us for an update on Marcom. We'll hear from John and Brad over in athletics. Glinda will lean in and give us an update on both her team's work in legislative space, but also the role Cougs, advocates, fans, ambassadors can play in advocating for WSU and Olympia and in DC. So I appreciate your time helping us in that space, Glinda. We'll hear from Leslie on the budget. And then Thursday night, we will present our awards. We have the WSU Foundation Outstanding Service Award. The recipients this year are Bruce Amundsen. Bruce is a Seattleite. And then Lewis Lee. Lewis spent a long time in Spokane, then was in the Bay Area and Seattle. I think they're looking at making another move. And then there's a classification for that award for faculty and staff, and retired dean of the Honors College, Libby Walker, is being honored. So I'm excited to recognize Libby's service on behalf of WSU. 2 other awards, the Biff Brotherton Cougar Spirit Award, recognizing those who are passionate in their advocacy around Cougar athletics and all things WSU, will be presented to Scott and Lisa Taylor. They are formerly Spokanites and now live over in Hayden. That name should be familiar to all of you. And then our most distinguished award for volunteer service that's the Weldon B. Hoot Gibson Distinguished Volunteer Award. Mike and Kathy Hamilton of Wenatchee. Mike was really probably the key volunteer. If you go back to our last campaign, many of you remember an announcement, initially 27 and then more than $30 million commitment from the apple growers and then stone fruit growers. Mike was in the car going door to door with then Dean Bernardo, Ben McLuhan, our development officer, talking to everybody associated with the Apple industry, and they built that gift where the folks primarily initially from the Apple industry chose to tax themselves and commit more than $30 million to WSU. Mike continues to be involved with WSU. Kathy is his biggest fan and certainly one of our biggest fans. So really exciting next week to do the volunteer awards as part of our board meeting. The president mentioned the week before Apple Cup will be in Seattle, a lot of activities. So watch your email. We'll have an event the night before the game to recognize our donors, the Crimson Celebration. And so watch for the invite for that. I know earlier in the meeting, Regent Dickinson, you'd asked a little bit about, well, actually, I think the president started by talking about a new initiative. Adam Gander's working with an alum and donor to athletics. And so we'll walk through that when we meet with you. Is that Wednesday morning or Thursday morning, Regent Dickinson? So we'll give you all of that. In our past meeting, you'd asked a little bit about additional efforts between our team and athletics. Don Shear and I met with John Harlow and Brad Hutchins a couple weeks ago. We will up our investment in Cougar Athletics. So if for all of our outward-facing development officers, my budget kicks in half of their salary, as does the benefiting area. So pharmacy, vet med, engineering, athletics. We currently have 4 outward-facing development officers. We'll add 2 more, so there'll be 6. So we are increasing our investment by 50% in Cougar Athletics in the development officer side of things. We're also working with Brad primarily around an autonomous giving officer, a little bit of AI. This is a bit of a test bed space for us, and Brad's really excited. He's been a wonderful partner. Pam called a couple of weeks ago around an ad campaign, a marketing campaign about the, right as we launched the new Pac-12. And so our budget for fiscal 26 looks like it'll have enough of surplus. Revenues have been a little higher on non-WSU revenues. And then the team's been really disciplined with our spending during the strategic pause. So we'll be able to assist with that marketing campaign as well. And so just a couple of ways we're trying to lean in and help with this strong focus on Cougar Athletics. That's all I've got today, Madam Chair. I'll kick it back to you, but I certainly stand open for any questions.
Thank you, Mike.
Of course.
So with that, we're transitioning into our consent agenda. I do want to say thank you also to our donors. I mean, just gratitude to everyone across the world who give to Washington State University. Our alumni base is certainly very active. Our consent agenda before you today includes the following items: the March 6, 2026 meeting minutes, the WSU Pullman Southside Dining and Market Renovation Project design, and materials for each consent agenda item were included in your meeting packet for your review. You have some time for clarifying questions if needed. Would any regent like to remove any item from the consent agenda for discussion? Nope. Okay, hearing no requests to remove any items from the consent agenda, the consent agenda is approved. Next, as we transition, we are going into our committee reports. I would like to remind audience members that the committees of the Board of Regents met earlier this morning to review, discuss, and ask questions about each of the agenda items presented as information, future action, and action items. So we have moved quickly, and we will do so as we go to close our meeting through these committee reports here in the next few minutes. And if you'd like to revisit any of the subjects, please raise your hand. The first meeting to provide a meeting report will be from me, the Executive Governance Committee. And as you had heard earlier, our regents are continuing to dedicate their personal time to advocate for Washington State University and are very busy, but making sure to include WSU in their agendas, our agendas. The first action item today, we are at the time of the year where we elect our officers. And this one action item will now come before the board for a vote, which is the Board of Regents president or chair and vice chair. So I move that Doug Pika be elected as chair of the WSU Board of Regents for the year beginning July 1st, 2026. And Howard Wright be elected to serve as vice chair of the WSU Board of Regents for the year beginning at the same time, with the understanding that he shall act as chair pro tempore in the absence of the chair, with the power to preside at the meetings and to sign all instruments required to be executed by the WSU Board of Regents. Is there a second?
Yep.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
And those against, say nay. So congratulations to Regent Pika and Regent Wright.
Congratulations, Doug.
We look forward to your leadership. That concludes my segment of the committee reports. If I could transition to Regent Blankenship, who will now provide the Strategic and Operations Excellence Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Strategic and Operational Excellence Committee did not have any action items, but we did host President Cantwell to present an update regarding the key performance indicators and explanation and elaboration and an update on the 6 strategic pillars which were approved by the board in September. At the conclusion of that, Regent Shower presented an update on the Regents Distinguished Alumni Award, which that process will begin soon. And that was the 2 updated items, informational items before the committee. And that concludes the report of the Strategic and Operational Excellence Committee.
Thank you, Regent Blankenship. Regent Pika will now provide the Academic and Student Affairs Committee report.
Thank you, Chair Ramos. There were no information items or future action items this go around. There were 2 written reports that were provided, one regarding presidential delegated authority and the other giving a overview of academic deans, which is something we're part of all of our meetings going forward. There are 2 action items that are in front of us today before the board for a vote. The first action is to vote on establishing the Master of Science in Food Manufacturing Technologies for WSU Global. And so I think I'll just make that motion right now. I move that the Board of Regents establish a Master of Science of Food Manufacturing Technologies degree for the WSU Global Campus. That's a motion.
Is there a second? Second. Any further discussion? Those in favor say aye.
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 And those against say nay. And the motion passes. Thank you.
The second action item is to vote on establishing a Master of Science in Artificial Intelligence for WSU in Pullman. And I will move that the Board of Regents establish a Master of Science in Artificial Intelligence for the WSU Pullman campus.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All right, thank you. Those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you. Any against? The motion passes. Thank you.
So that concludes the Academic and Student Affairs Committee report. Chair Ramos.
Thank you, Regent Pika. We're transitioning to the Finance and Administration Committee, Chair Regent Wright.
Thank you. Today we will talk about one information item discussed and 8 future action items reviewed. The one information item presented was by Chief Audit Executive Heather Lopez, provided the internal audit update. There were 8 future action items discussed: the 27-29 biennium state operating budget request, the 2027 to 29 biennium state capital budget request, the fiscal year 27 university budget, the Cougar Athletics budget and fiscal year 2026 Cougar Athletics budget transfer, and the Spokane Health Sciences Team Health Project. That is my report for today. If there are any questions, I'm happy to open it up for discussion. That concludes my report, Chair Ramos.
I would say that was a record report, Regent Wright, for the Finance Committee.
For once.
Thank you. Thanks.
I'd like to
everyone.
thank the team. I did not list each of our professional leaders today, with whom we were well prepared this morning in the committee meetings. But in the interest of expediency, I listed the reports, and I acknowledge and thank you, and thank the leaders' support, and the unseen and untold work that they do for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That concludes our committee reports. We're now transitioning into other business. And earlier today, the Regents met in executive session to discuss with legal counsel litigation or potential litigation and to review performance of a public employee per the revised Code of Washington 42.30.110. There is no action to be brought before the board as a result of those discussions. I would love to just express my gratitude to all the regents, the board today, for your commitment to Washington State University. I'd also like to extend my gratitude to the leadership, the executive leadership. I failed to recognize and celebrate our Chancellor Sandra Haynes for her promotion into EVP, and she will certainly be at the table with us along with Provost Chris Riley Tillman and Executive VP CFO Leslie Brunelli. We have a tremendous amount of opportunity in front of us with such strong leadership, and also to our shared governance leaders who provided their substantial reports. I mean, it's all of us working together to help Washington State University be a strong presence as the land-grant university in Washington State that lifts people economically, socially, and everything that we do in all of our communities. And with that, I'm so grateful to everyone. The Board of Regents meeting is now adjourned. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Jen?
Yes.
Wait, before we have people drop off, there is a motion that came out of the executive committee, the request for legal defense, I'm sorry, the executive session.
Okay, that is a walk-on, and
do you have access to your email, Jen?
I try not to look at my email when I'm in session. So
for you.
I can do that. I'm going to be really super flexible. And what am I looking for?
All right, I will send you the language for the motion.
This was an executive session, and essentially we have a case where our Attorney General's office is making this recommendation, and it's a walk-on. So I'm not seeing the email.
Nope.
Tracy?
Give it one more second and I just hit send.
That's a good catch, Tracy.
I saw Adam's eyes light up too.
Okay, well, related to those discussions, so we will go back into session forget that I adjourned it and be flexible for a second. And related to the discussion that we did have in executive session, we do have a resolution number 260507753 to approve the request for defense of university employees. And with that, I will ask for a second.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Those in favor say aye.
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 And those against? Thank you. Motion passes to approve the request for defense of university employees. So, gosh, that was a test of agility here in a virtual meeting. Sorry, I don't look at my emails while we're in session, but thank you for bringing that up, Tracy. And with that, I will adjourn. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes.
Okay.